The Championship Darts Corporation welcomes you to the Dart Connect Challenge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Championship Darts Circuit Weekend number 3, live in Chicago, Illinois, as we continue the road to the 2024 Continental Cup Tour Finals. This is event number 8, the Dart Connect Challenge. I'm Sean Green, honored to be your play-by-play commentator this weekend, and I'm excited to introduce my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, welcome, my friend.
Hey, Sean, let's have a ball today. Get kicked off with some great darts. And
180.
And Leonard Gates is not going to disappoint. Right out of the gate, all pun intended, that's a 180 for Soldier
26.
Leonard Gates from the great state of Texas. And who's Leonard Gates playing, Mr. Green?
Yeah, we have quite the storyline to talk about in this first match. Everybody knows Leonard
70.
Gates. However, Miss Cleanna Brandon might be new to a lot of people tuning in with us. Miss Cleanna is daughter of Jason Brandon, former U.S. Darts Masters
27.
qualifier. Jason Brandon is our 13 seed this weekend. So Cleanna won her tour card by winning the by coming in
83.
second in the NAUDA.
NAUDA, right?
NAUDA
North
event.
American Women's Dart Association.
Yep, event that was at Music City last year, and she accepted her CDC tour
41.
card. And how about she's great at taking opportunities when they're presented to her, and this is another great opportunity just to
And the event itself, shout out to the folks founded by
60. Peter
Peter Tilley down in Nashville, run now by those great folks upon Peter's passing. Rest in peace to great dart fan. Opportunity for lady dart players
24.
to experience long format darts and have opportunities at the next level. They give them opportunities to come play with us at the CDC and PDC women's events. So sort of a great experience and jumping off point.
76.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really cool to see Cleanna on our streaming board. It's her first weekend here. She also just competed in the PDC
55.
Women's Series event overseas. The last 4 of those.
Exactly, right?
Actually won a match over there as well.
16.
And went up against the great Bo Greaves. Didn't win a leg, but gave her a little bit of a battle.
She got a chance to play against Bo Greaves.
Exactly.
How cool is that?
I mean,
85.
you just said it. So making the most of the opportunities that have been presented, and that's going to make her a much better dart player the longer she continues to do that. Double 4
Yeah,
for
I was
Gates.
going to say, I looked like the wire moved, right?
Absolutely. And Leonard Gates does take out leg number 1. Nobody misses double 4 AE.
Apparently not.
It's nice when those continue to actually work out in my favor. Most of the times they do not.
22.
And Cleanna struggling early on the stream. Honestly, you can't hold anything against that happening. She's going up against 9-time event champion Leonard Gates, one of only 2 players yesterday to make at least the quarterfinal in both events. The other one being Dougie Bain.
26.
So not the draw that Cleanna would have liked to have seen a few days ago. To get the seasoned
100.
Win More sponsored player. Looking down.
I think that was a triple.
I think it was too. Switch the scoring segment, which we've seen from some of our top players on tour, and we're seeing it out of Cleanna here.
100.
And how about the setup we have for
60.
you this weekend? We are live on multiple platforms. Of course, you can see streaming board number 1 and streaming board number 2. We have bonus coverage of streaming board number 2 for you. That is on pdc.tv if you want it all in one spot. However, we are also live for our streaming board number 1 right here with commentary from the
31.
great Anthony Eugenia and myself. That is on YouTube, Championship Darts Corporation, or Championship Darts Circuit. And then we are also on Facebook for our streaming board number 2 coverage without
Absolutely.
commentary, which features a great group of players as well.
Alex Spellman being the top seed on that group. So Alex Spellman
66.
opening up today, and Leonard Gates on the feature board, and we'll go over in a few moments. We'll have a little time in between matches. We'll stay with you, Sean and I, and we will get you sort of updated on what's going on the floor, but how like the bracket got drawn, where people landed, what interesting matchups we might see coming down the road. And if you want to
26.
play along with us, you too can head to dartconnect.com and you go into the PDC section, and you'll see the Championship Dart Circuit main event 8, and you can see all the information that we do, and follow along on the board, so on the floor board. So if you've got someone who's not on stream today, you can still follow along
93.
with their games.
Yeah, exactly. You might not have a Tom Holmes behind the scenes like we do, but Dart Connect is a pretty good second best.
60.
Yeah, we've got a nice little burgeoning stats group, stats team with Mark Lacombe and David Garfinkel and Tom Holmes being put together. So,
128.
It's that's a dream team of stats.
well, they're a pretty darn good group.
28.
Leanna Brandon, Cowan, Tennessee. Very soft-spoken,
140.
very well-spoken young lady, which you wouldn't expect anything else with a dad like Jason Brandon,
100.
who I nicknamed Southern Comfort.
If it fits, it fits.
He's just comfortable.
54 for Gates. Tops.
Game
Tops it is. 114 for Gates to sort of run out to a 3-0 lead here in our opening match at the Dart Connect Challenge, main event number 8
68.
on the 2024 Championship Darts Circuit, the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, presented by Cosmo Darts, October
100.
18th and 19th in the fine city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Get the side profile shot from
55.
Leanna Brandon. Like her throw. She re-grips as she takes the dart back. And, of course, Soldier. Not
96.
quite the set and aim type of shot that you would see typically, but his hand-eye coordination is, one of the best of them.
28.
So Leonard Gates has won 170 matches in the history of the CDC, the all-time leader.
84.
170 matches, not legs,
And when did
matches.
when did he start playing in the CDC?
Right away, 2015.
It was 2015?
2015. He's been in the mix from the get-go. Like, I'm on a database page, and you have to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll to get down to his first match.
There you go.
Yeah. He joined the tour Event 5 in the first
131.
year.
And made the finals right away?
He won the finals. He won his I don't think I ever actually caught that. Thank you, Sean.
No problem.
For another little Gates nugget. Yeah, he showed up and won at the Blueberry Hill in St. Louis in Event 5 in 2015.
You want to talk about a legendary venue.
80.
That was a lot of fun. It was
The great John
It
Park
was-
says that's his favorite tournament still.
really.
Look at this. Leaves a
100.
check out just in case Gates misses. Leanna's average in the women's series was a
Game shot.
52.
Second dart.
Right around that in the CDC so far. And she's right around that right now. Leonard Gates is, we chalked it up, 170 match wins in the CDC. He played in the first event he'd ever
100.
played, and he just wins it, like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you? And it was always going to be a tall task, but the
60.
excitement of seeing Clayana here, taking her opportunities, it's great for her future success.
28.
I just caught a little hiccup in the in the spreadsheet. I'll get those guys to fix that. And he was the 2017 Continental Cup champion.
30.
They've got 2 matches listed as quarters.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I was like, where's the final? I'm like, nope, the one that's the semi. He defeated Dan Olson in 2017 out in Los Angeles.
There you go. In the bathroom stall, right?
Well,
Comms booth?
we won't talk about the bathroom stall in public. Yeah,
I love
no, we were. Yeah,
No, that's, I mean,
commentary
to say
was-
where we came from, right? Or where you guys have come from, now where you are. It's always great with when you're looking back on just how much
They'll
the
stick
improvement-
commentary anywhere, Sean.
Exactly.
Like now we're, you know.
Well, that was the
we're-
same thing with the big guys overseas too. At times, they're at the Circus Tavern. They would put them right there next to the bathroom stall. So
Oh, sure.
that's a 140 from Clayana Brandon.
40.
Oh, I've been privy to peek in, like, you know, when they're at MSG. No, it's no fancy digs.
60.
Clayana, opportunity here. Effectively stolen the darts from Gator,
60.
and she's gonna get her first look at the checkout here. Sitting on the big fish.
140.
A lot of pressure going to be put on by Gates.
$31.
Went to utilize the bull on dart 3. 64 left. Respect given. Bullseye
59.
with Brandon on a finish. He went the bullseye route. Still on. Oh. Treble 13 with left tops. See the math done quicker than most would have done that.
85.
And we'll see if she gets a shot to come back with a match. Two match darts incoming. And Leonard Gates
Second dart.
jumps out to a huge 5-0 victory. Clayana Brandon averaged 53 in that. And that last leg was right there with them. Hey, that was no matter what the outcome was, that was a win-win for everyone involved, because the experience there against Leonard Gates is going to help in the future.
Yeah, a tall task playing against the number 4 seed in the event for any player in the field, but a good piece of experience for Clayana. As you noted, you know, she's got to settle down there a little bit, and that's what we like about long format. It, you know, gives you an opportunity to sort of find your moments, find your legs, head out of the match with, you know, something to work on, some retrospective and stuff. So now we move on to Daddy. Daddy's on the same board, and we see Mr. Jason in a few matches.
Yes,
but,
we do. Yeah, he will take on Jacob Schaefer, the Buckeye, a little bit later on. But before that, let's take us around the venue here, AE.
Okay, so let's see, everybody, on dartconnect.com. This is event number 8. All right, so let's go through each group. First group, of course, is our number 1 seed, Stowe Bunts. Players that were drawn, pretty tough group in Group 1 today. Jeff Springer's in there. Brandon Goddard, that's a matchup. Brandon had a good day yesterday. Springer has stayed in good form. Jake McMillan. We got Sean Mitchell taking on Ross Snook. And Chris Caldwell's in that group as well. McMillan Caldwell is the next matchup.
That
so
is a gauntlet.
lot of talent and a lot of tough matches coming up in Group 1. Group 2, your big seeds. Let's see. Doug Boehm is your big seed in there with the absence of Danny Baggish. Had to withdraw this weekend, so Baggish mission from that second group, and Dustin Holt of note in that group as well, so we'll keep tabs on 2. Group 3 is the group that you've got in front of us here on the feature board, notably Leonard Gates and Jason Brandon are your seeds. Group 4, big matchup right out of the gate in Jacob Taylor taking on Adam Savada, right? We saw Adam yesterday continuing to just impress with form and style is Savada. Savada's ceiling, it just seems to be limitless at the moment, and he's got a tough game with Jacob Taylor in Group 4.
And can I give you an update real quick on
Yep.
that match? 3-3 score line. Taylor's averaging 96, Savada 92.
Yeah, please do. I'm going down sort
you're
of
good.
the groups, and you let me know what's going on in there. Joey Lenaw, the other seed there in Group 4. Moving down to Group 5, Steve Warnock and David Cameron. David Cameron, the number 2 seed and the runner-up last night, is in Group 5. Big Evolution player, Seth Stefano in there as well. Dave Richardson, we saw Richardson play yesterday. So that's your Group 5. Group 6 is Gary Mawson, winner earlier on the tour. And let's see, Larry Butler's in there. Larry and Kiefer Durham, former Evolution champion. Group number 7 is the group that is showcased on our stream number 2, and that's headlined, as we said, by one Alex Spellman, also featuring local man Brian Fenlon and Stefan Rousseau that we saw yesterday on stream, right? Also another Chicago and Joey Beecroft. So Fenlon and Beecroft flying the flag for Dart Players Chicago. Finally, Group 8, rounding out the bracket and the groups for today. Jim Long, yesterday's winner in the opening event. He is the top seed in Group 8, rounded out by Jacob Womack, the 15 for today, and former Evolution winner, and most notably swept the field in that entire season. The winner's history has Jacob Womack from start to finish in that year of roughly 20.
There will never be another dominance. 2019.
Was it 2019?
Is when he dominated the tournament field. He won every single final that season, including the final of the championship, and he never got within a last leg decider in any one of those finals.
Wow. Yeah, it didn't feel that long ago. I didn't know to go back to 2019, but yeah, he certainly showed up on the scene and took over. So that's your Group 8, so we'll keep tabs on that. Coming up in just a few moments, I think we've probably got the players, and we'll get to the NXT bets in a second. Just so people out there know who's coming up, Justin Faucet is playing Albert Anstey, so we'll give you a preview when those players are thrown. We've got a couple of, and there they are. Well, give us, boys, get us back to the NXT bets. We'll get people, since it was up there. Flash that up there again quickly. Yep, nxtbets.com/playcdc. If you go hit that website, you get signed up. There's some really cool bonuses that you get, and some starter packages to get your gaming kicked off. Check to see if CDC wagering is available in your state, and please remember 21 plus. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So on to our second featured match of today. A Canadian clash.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Justin Faucet taking on Albert Anstey. Albert Anstey, new to the tour this season. Faucet's been on tour since 2019. Anstey is probably, on paper, the favorite here, just based on averages and results. He is currently averaging an 80 on the circuit this season versus Faucet's 72. But this is one of the things where being on the stream before and all of those other things, does that affect the style of play in this match?
I'd say not necessarily, and it's completely anecdotal, but I'm tipping Albert in the sense that if you ever get the chance, ask Jacob Taylor about Albert Anstey. Okay, he's from Newfoundland.
Yep.
Jacob's eyes go as big as saucer plates when he talks about Albert. His reputation on that island is massive.
Okay.
And in Eastern Canada. Pedigree, I believe that he traveled. I think he might have been in the late 90s, 6th in the world, maybe in the BDO rankings. Maybe not that high, but pretty substantial to the point where Jacob Taylor will definitely give you some details, and that you can see the respect when he speaks of the man. So my partner, Peter Cetera, as well, when Albert got his tour card when we did an event up there, I would hazard a guess at the Shediac event. He said, good player, good reputation, come on out a little bit and mix it up. So awesome. We'll see what he brings today on the stream. And Justin's been with us for quite a few years, so an experienced player that we've had on the stream before.
Well, here we go. Anstey getting us started. The man from Newfoundland.
100.
Starting off with a steady 100. And here's Justin Faucet from Ontario. Smooth throw from Faucet right into the treble 20.
180.
And that's a 180 from Justin Faucet. That's now twice on that in a first throw on stream between two of the four players we've had. They've started with a 180.
Yeah, he kind of shut us up quickly. Like, what? Who? Favorite? Me? What?
Hey.
180?
Faucet is a good scorer. He'll tell you that is definitely never the problem for him. It is his doubles, and look at this.
140.
Oh, boy. 5 perfect, and the 6th one just come sail away.
If that would have sailed into the double, though, it would have been still a shot of the 9.
Oh, goodness, that would have been amazing. But, boy, oh, boy. Well done, gents. Let's keep this up.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, I knew we had seen Justin just for a bit yesterday. He unfortunately fell to Stéphane Rousseau in last evening's event as we opened things up.
34.
Yes, absolutely. And it was a tough battle for Faucet. He's looking a lot more steady today in this one. Great player. He's a great guy. And, again, his
90.
scoring power is definitely there. We've seen it so far. After 9 on 147, he might need to take this out. As the
45.
veteran Anstey just doing his job nice and quietly, now on 71. Treble 13. 32. Beautiful.
Game shot.
Cashed
Maybe
it
that
in.
Jacob Taylor was onto something, huh?
My goodness. 14 dart hold a throw after your opponent goes 180, treble 20, and then we're not going to worry about that flyer.
100.
Good last dart from Faucet. Still finding that range early on.
Now, I should know better, and I'm probably going to make myself not look too great, but I'll fess up. I know Albert has a son that's a
100.
good player, and I think he might have played with us a little bit in the last couple of years, and that was another tie-in that it was like, all right, his son has gotten some experience with us, and now, all right, now Dad's coming out to play as well. So
40.
I apologize that I should know the specifics on that, and I'll message the team and see if I can get some details on that.
We can see he definitely owns the moniker of Albert Sr. on his jersey.
100.
Faucet trying to find back that range that he just had in the last leg. Jacob Taylor. We should know if he's the truth, right? So you know he's not going to be telling any lies about a player.
He's not going to steer you wrong.
So far, so good.
40.
Usually I'm not one to comment on a player's appearance whatsoever, but Albert definitely was a ginger. Still is.
Still is.
I don't think we have to question that at all.
100.
And he is throwing steady so far in this match.
So very impressive. 3 tons out of 4 visits for Albert.
41.
And I know that Faucet's from Ontario and Anstey from Newfoundland, but do you think because of Albert's pedigree as a dart player that Faucet would know him coming into this a little bit better than most?
Yes. No, again, I'm sure they've competed. It's not as if, Albert, from my little knowledge, it's, Albert's competed, so certainly
85.
in, say, nationals and
Of course.
the provincials and all of that good stuff. So no, he's definitely going to know who he is, if not directly in competition.
Just on the
54.
inside. Faucet, look here at the 95. Do you start on the bull?
I'm checking our database. I
You
only
did not.
find
Double?
one Anstey in, so it may just be Albert.
57.
Faucet went for double-double there on the 95. And AE?
Oh,
I can't say it this time. But he cleans it up nicely. And it's a break a throw for Anstey. Takes a 2-0 lead. Justin Faucet started off 5 perfect. And he's down 2-0 at this point. If he starts to find his range, though, their scoring power is definitely there, and
26.
this is an opening.
just a little hiccup.
Little updates for you around the room real quick on some of those
82.
finished matches. The big one, Jacob Taylor loses 5-4 to Adam Savada in that last leg decider. Sestefano defeats Jared Leedy 5-3. Gary Mawson 5-4 victory over Kylie Edmonds.
41.
Alex Spellman 5-0 on Rochelle Penalosa. Jim Long 5-1 victory over Hossie Hicks. And Ross Snook just took out Sean Mitchell 5-4.
23.
So there's all the
A
updates
few
for you.
tight battles out there.
Oh yes, there is a couple
For
tight battles out
Big
there.
seeds. Wow.
41.
Both players struggling early on in this leg. After 9, Albert's still back on 393. That's not going to help.
10.
And Justin came out so well, obviously
well.
opened up with the 180 and maybe not picking up that first leg. Maybe put a pin in the bubble, even though it's still so early in the match.
100.
Justin just hasn't been able to kind of recapture that feel that we saw in that first leg.
45.
It's almost a bit demoralizing when you go 5 perfect to start off the match. You don't even get a shot at the double. And it's not
100.
because you punted it at the end of the day. It's
Mhm.
because your opponent just nonchalantly kept with you.
Nine. 59.
Does look down at the bottom. Faucet back still on 3-3-2.
58.
Just trying to find it. This is our second match, a last 64 bout, first of 5 legs. We saw Leonard Gates defeat Clayana Brandon, who's doing our scoring for this match. 5-0. And look at that. Clayana's holding the microphone. Most of the players don't even do that when they have to do this. She's even being extremely
32.
sweet every time she has to say 10 or 9
No.
or any of those other numbers. She's doing it very nonchalantly in the right way. Tops for Anstey to take a 3-0 lead.
Game shot.
And
Third dart.
Pins it. You can tell he throws a very straight dart because he's using those kite flights, a little bit skinnier of a flight, and they land smack flat in that board.
They're not very forgiving on the slightest of
92.
like variances in the throw. You've got to be straight on with them.
You see how long he holds the dart in his hand as he goes forward too. It's actually one thing
100.
for a dart player that's up and coming to to learn a little bit about the more that you're able to keep that dart in your hand going forward, the more you can just kind of snap that wrist and fire that dart into the dartboard with a lot more control.
45.
You'll see it right here. He goes forward quite a bit before he releases that dart. Almost just shoves it forward towards the target.
Oh, I'm looking at his shirt, and
24.
sometimes I don't have the ability to read.
Yep.
But yes, over his breast pocket it says Albert Senior.
Yep.
So there's your answer about.
That is correct. I actually said that to you earlier that
54.
he owns that moniker of senior there. And there is definitely a junior, because when I was looking up information on Mr. Anstey last night, I found his son's Facebook page first.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, I did. We've got
60.
a database. I didn't see another Anstey, so I've got Albert, and I have his history of playing with us this year.
Yep.
Opened up in
85.
Indianapolis, outside of Indy, with us, and then the last 2 weekends here outside Chicago.
Yep, so far making the travel plans. He does have a top 16 already.
I was just
45.
going to note exactly his furthest, because quite honestly, I mean, he's impressed. But I do see some of the players that he's run
65.
into, and he's gotten some Savatas and some Taylors and some Baggishes and some Smiths. So actually, Jacob Taylor twice.
Oh,
we travel
great.
all this way, right?
to play each other. It never fails, right?
85.
At least this season.
I'm sure that matchup's been had in a couple of pubs over for a pint.
There you go. At least this season they knew that was a possibility before they even arrived, because the bracket was already drawn.
60.
Faucet down to 100, trying to get that first leg on the board. We've seen crazier comebacks in a lot crazier situations.
Yeah, my partner Pete said that his son has played our Q School
43.
events, but has not yet been a card holder. So.
Okay. 95 for Faucet, and with Anstey on 144, he's got to look down. 76.
44.
Will he return? This is a big ask, but it can be done. Good dart just finds it above the wire. So Faucet
60.
should get 2 clear darts at a double here. Get his first leg on the board. $36 left.
38.
And that might cost him this leg and potentially any chance at a comeback. Finds the wrong side. 19s. And
Game shot,
pins
third
the double 6 to save the 84 checkout. And it's a 4-0 lead for Anstey. And you can see he looks back. There's a sorry.
No, there's no sorry. Not between the Canadians, right? Isn't that just for non-Canadians? They tell you sorry?
You saw the accent in the way he said sorry there.
Obviously comes across your screen as a complete gentleman.
100%.
And, yeah, one of those dart etiquette things where you feel like you almost didn't deserve the chance to get a look at it. You take it and you say, like, okay, I'm not going to do a song and dance about picking that leg up. But
99.
It's nice to do, but we all know you don't really mean it, but it's okay. No one's ever been actually sorry they've won a leg off of someone else.
There are players who do really have this thing where they, don't
140.
sort of revel in it. All right,
Revel in it's different than being fine with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they'll ultimately be fine with taking the match. But so Anstey back on track. I was sort of curious about that. First leg and a half to 2 legs, we were so impressed, and we had this conversation yesterday about, your allowing your opponent to influence, and Justin came out pretty firm early on and then fell
55.
behind. So been curious as I watched legs 3, 4, now 5 unfold. Albert himself even kind of slowed down a little, and I wasn't sure if that was because he wasn't getting the push or.
Yeah, I can see that because I think you're spot on because in leg number 1, Anstey was pushed right away to throw well, and he just did. It's like, okay, I guess I'd take this out in less than 15 because I have to.
Yep.
And right now he doesn't have to.
45.
And the person that's more upset about that than anyone else is going to be Faucet.
60.
You never want to feel like you're allowing your opponent to just settle down and shoot a C game and just cruise.
$137.
What a great setup from Anstey. I'm telling you what, Clan and Brandon, pretty darn good at this chalking thing.
44.
24 for the match.
Game shot.
One
in the
match start incoming.
Albert
One match
Anstey.
start hit, and it's a 5-0 victory for Albert Anstey over Justin Faucet, who shot well below his average in that match. He's going to be frustrated overall. I know that he probably puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform well, especially on stream with all of the friends that he has.
Yeah,
he doesn't need a lot of enemies with all the great friends he has.
He most likely, yeah, he sets expectation levels for himself, a little too high, and puts that pressure on him. I know he was pretty devastated with a poor performance yesterday. So, but he's a tough competitor. He's not going to shy away from things.
Nope.
So, you'll see him back. We're back Niagara Falls, end of August. Like, he's going to be there, tooth and nail, competing and going at it. So, couple of interesting developments. I mean, I'm going to really look forward to the Gates-Anstey match. Like, if we can get what we've seen from Albert. Now, it's consistency. He's new to the CDC. I know he's played, he's got experience, but how much long format? So you start getting into 9s, 11s, 13s. Like, that's a big, long deal. And we've talked about how much experience Gates has. So that's going to be an interesting match to watch. And
we got Pops coming up next.
We got Pops, Jason Brandon, coming in 13 seed, and then we've got some players that we saw yesterday, Jacob Schaefer, Jack Robinson. We got a look at those guys, so it'll be interesting to sort of catch up with them on a second day, and a player for the first time in Edward Pope. And these players are smart enough that it's Sunday, it's getaway day. We've got 2 straight 5-0s. We're going to keep chugging along here.
Absolutely, so stay with us. We'll be right back with more from the Dark Connect Challenge right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
4 match of the Dart Connect Challenge between the other half of the father-daughter duo this weekend. Number 13 seed Jason Brandon taking on Buckeye Jacob Schaefer. I'm joined once again by Anthony Eugenia. AE, Schaefer has another tough test today on stream against former U.S. Darts Masters qualifier Jason Brandon.
Hey-oh. Yeah. Jason's always a tough competitor. Generally always seeded. Great guy. Highly talented. So we saw Jacob yesterday struggle early, but then find his feet, right? As that match progressed yesterday, find out who we saw him play against. Rick Allred, yeah. Yep. It fell to Rick 5-2, but scoreline belies how close that was. So we'll see what Jacob's got in store for us today.
Yeah, going to have to improve the overall average a little bit. He's going to have to bring out a good showing here to take down Southern Comfort Jason Brandon.
You're going to keep rolling with it, huh?
Yeah, might as well.
Just keep throwing it against the wall till it sticks.
Eventually it will.
I got you back, actually. I like Southern Comfort.
Huge shout out. Jacob Schaefer's son gave him this pin that he's wearing on his jersey today. You can't see it, but it says, "I love you, but you're terrible." And it's a Bob's Burgers pin, so he's wearing it to shout out the kiddo there, so that's cool to see. I like El Presidente on the back of the jersey there for Jacob Schaefer. And you can't go wrong with a Let's Go Brandon jersey when you're Jason Brandon.
Jacob Schaefer, Jacob to throw first.
He's got some right to it.
I don't know if you noticed as I see a lot of Jason Brandon fans when I'm driving around the country.
A whole lot.
Jacob Schaefer getting us started.
81.
Already we're seeing him just throwing the dart by just throwing the dart. He's not trying to place the dart like we saw a little bit yesterday. Those first 3 looked really good.
81.
We're going to see a good Jacob Schaefer if those darts continue like that. I just like the way that those are flying in the board. There's just a difference today than yesterday.
$41.
Yeah, a lot more confident.
Mm-hmm. Schaefer always an even-keeled dart player too. He'll show the emotion depending on what he's doing on the board, but you talk to him right after a match
85.
when it's over. He's already easy going again, ready just to talk through kind of what happened.
$28.
And Brandon, a little slip there from him. So Schaefer has 6 from 194. This is just for a hole to throw, but again, the scoring's been there for the most part from him. He's expecting to hit trebles today on stream. He's not hoping to hit trebles.
Didn't seem the case yesterday. Well, that's triples.
136.
Well, you know it wasn't going to go too long without putting some pressure.
$41.
Jacob Schaefer's better half, Beth, is also a very good dart player. Tops pin from Jason Brandon. 1-0 score line. We know he knows how to do-si-do. He steps back up.
$45.
Would you say arguably Jason Brandon's one of the more underrated players in North America?
I certainly would. It's tough to say that because he's accomplished.
43.
He's like I said, he's always high, he's always in the seating and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'd certainly say if when people generally have a conversation, is he going to be one of the first few names to come off someone's lips? Probably not. Does he deserve to be? Probably yes.
Yeah.
So
22. $36.
Well, no real harm done there. Schaefer is going to go down to a different scoring segment. It's working out right now.
95.
Again, I'm really liking this version of Jacob Schaefer.
$64.
And we're seeing Jason Brandon struggle a little bit with the consistency that we're used to seeing out of him.
44.
Sorry, I
45.
giggled because our scoring official for this one, Mr. Justin Faucet, gave a little cough into the microphone.
97.
I'm pretty sure Faucet just guessed there. But he got it right. Big tee-up moment here for Brandon.
85.
Opportunity. Love two trebles.
58.
Doesn't get one. 19s. Ideally. Great darts
94.
to set up 32. Schaefer 142 left.
$85.
So for a hold to throw here, leg number 2 for Jason Brandon. This is the Dart Connect Challenge. The final event for weekend number 3. Back in action at the end of this month, starting on the 23rd of August, Niagara Falls.
Yep.
I like the step back from Schaefer here.
25.
Sorry, you're carrying the whole load here, Sean.
Hey.
I'm got some tech stuff. I'm trying to
I'll say it many
get all
times.
straightened out.
I get to wear one hat when I come here. You get to wear 8.
96. $45.
The one thing I worry about a little bit is if Schaefer starts to try and force it a little bit now that he's
97.
down 2-0, and really he just needs to rely on the throw he's been shooting with so far. He's just getting unlucky on some of the wires. He just keeps firing. He's going to be all right. Great switch. Beautiful 117.
$95.
Schaefer taking an extra second here. I don't hate that either. Great first start.
85.
Jason Brandon 2 for 3 on his doubles. Jacob yet to get his first look at one.
59.
Opportunity knocks here.
$45.
6 starts for a break a throw to make it 3-0 for Jason Brandon from 154.
$44.
And only 44 from him.
41.
Yeah, in between either the 20s or the 18s there. And a lot of times where that happened, the dart just goes in the middle of them. But look at this. Tops, will he come back? That one just below the wire. He will return.
41. Game shot.
And he pins it on dart 3. Does Jason Brandon to break the throw again. So up 3-0. So far, we've had 2 whitewashes. This is so far the third AE.
Well, let's see if Jacob Schaefer has anything to say about that, but we've been chugging along. 13 straight legs, all in the favor of one particular player. Gates 5-0, Albert Anstey 5-0. Jason Brandon more than halfway home.
How do you feel about the pinstripe jersey? I like it, but I want your opinion on it. I like the baseball aspect of it.
I was going to say, it looks like a softball shirt, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah. I do like the color combination of black and red myself.
Black and red always works. We like that here at the Championship Darts Corporation.
Can't go wrong with the red, white, and blue, though.
No, but, you know.
45.
Jacob Schaefer, the Ohio native.
123.
Again, he's always been a huge supporter of my youth dart club. How we first met and got introduced to each other.
You can't go wrong with that.
95.
Jason Brandon from Cowan, Tennessee. The other half of history this weekend. Father-daughter duo.
Tops.
Tops. Oh, my goodness. He will come back for double 10. That has been his honeypot so far as a double.
60.
Or nothing. And he pins it on dart 3. He hated the first 2, but it goes in. It's 4-0.
We're just chugging along here. Let's take a look to see what's going on around the tournament floor. Stream 2 currently.
60.
Well, they're putting us to shame. I guess we're in the third match.
Yep.
They're in the third match. They had a forfeit. Okay, there's always a friendly rivalry. Michael win up 1-0 on Travis Ron. You can check that on the other PDC toggle or Facebook. Let's see, underway.
99.
Jake Womack out on the floor. Joey Lenore. Unseeded Jeff
21.
Springer, Dave Richardson. Doug Boehm advancing into the round of 32. Today's 9 seed. He went through 5-0 as well. Steve Warock through. Gary Mawson through. I think we covered that already.
85.
So we're shaping up nicely. We've
Yes,
got
we are.
in between this match, Sean and I will stick around. We'll stay with you for a little bit. We'll see what's going on stream 2, and we'll get you updated on what's going on the floor.
Yeah, we get a good look at another Associates Tour player making the trip this weekend, Edward Pope. Be our first look at him. Taking on Jack Robinson, who made a great run yesterday.
Saw him play the 3-time world champ in the quarterfinals. So sort of that was a good spot for both of those guys to be in, right? Like, Jack is making his name, and
Shot.
there goes Jason Brandon.
5-0 victory over Jacob Schaefer. Schaefer ended up averaging 68 in that match. That's above what we've seen him do. And I know he's still not happy with that average. He definitely can average higher than that. But if he looks back on the way he opened up the match, the way he started throwing those darts, I think he made a little shift today versus yesterday, and it's going to help him at the end of the day.
Well, certainly, and obviously the disastrous thing would be the obvious to have played yesterday and regressed.
Right.
So to feel that there was some progress is that'll, on reflection this week. Right now, obviously, lose a match, not feeling great. But
again, just like I said, look at him laughing, having a good time, just chilling with Jason Brandon. As soon as the match is over, it's no longer competition for him anymore. He's going to roll it off.
Yeah, and it's tough to get on people. Like to pick on anybody in particular. Everybody's got a different disposition, right? Just because it can be looked at a lot of different ways, right? That, hey, Jacob just lost. He's being jovial, so some people go, oh, what is he not taking it serious enough? No, he's just got in the moment, So then you get other players that, they lose a match. They're a little more surly about it, tighter on themselves and more disappointed, and it shows. Does that mean one or the other is more or less cares more or less? Absolutely not.
Well, you saw there, Jacob Schaefer kind of motioned about like a handshaking, and I think he was actually asking Schaefer about it, or asking Jason Brandon about it, and Jason Brandon just responded with a little bit of that, and just kind of talking through it, maybe taking a second just to get some advice on how you get through those nerves.
And that's smart on Jacob's standpoint. We talk about that. We've talked about that from the beginning. Like, for a player who maybe you come from an area where there's not a lot of other top players or whatever, you're new to the game. Well, there's a great opportunity. No. But I'm saying there's a lot of different scenarios to what I'm going to paint. That so now you come to this weekend and you've got a whole practice area. You've got lineups of players from different parts of the country, from different experiences, right? So at any given point, you can be practicing on the same board with a former match play champion, a world champion, multiple event champion, right? So those are the smart things to do, is to ask people about their practices, what they do to warm up for a day. Like you just pointed out, hey, there was a little something where I was a little shaky. How would you have addressed it, right? And now you're all the better for it.
Which he might have even been asking advice about, just letting him know, like, hey, I'm just in that, and it might be Jason Brandon just being like, yeah, man, it happens to all of us. It just gets to a point where we just throw through it, and he might just be telling him how he gets through it himself.
Yeah, he may not have any constructive words of wisdom, but sometimes they do.
The next match we got upcoming is a good one. Jack Robinson taking on Eddie Pope.
So let's go out and see. Let's pull up the brackets. See if there's anything fun that we can glean if I can get my laptop to work. Oh, boy, I want to take this thing and throw it across the room. All right. You'll have to wait.
That's all right.
All right. What was that? I hate laptops.
Eddie Pope, from that area where he has that group of, the Phillips brothers in North Carolina, the Boone, North Carolina area.
Oh, he's in North Carolina. He's a Tar Heel, really?
So there you go. Originally from Boone.
I know one other person from Boone, North Carolina.
You do?
Todd Bumgarner, and many people out there will know who I'm talking about. Player that has traveled, also makes custom darts.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
Boone.
Excited for this battle to get our first look at Eddie Pope. I wonder if he knows my brother-in-law. I'm sorry if he does. Also a North Carolina dart player now.
Where's he at? Let me guess, Cary.
You know what? Actually, I don't know the answer to that question.
Right. So let's, if you may, let's pull up the matches underway, and I'm going to go through the bracket, and you let us know like where things might stand. So
absolutely.
Upper part of the bracket, and we've got a preview of some things. Top 32 is shaping up Stowe Bunce is going to take on Ross Snook. Jake McMillan is waiting the winner of Springer and Goddard. So what's the status of Springer Goddard?
3-0 Jeff Springer with a 96 average so far.
So as we kind of pointed out, I think this is the group of death today, right? Yep. So potentially, if Springer holds on, you've got a Bunce, Snook, McMillan, Springer, 2 matches in the last 32, right?
Crazy.
And boy, oh boy! All right, come on! I asked everybody for help yesterday. Let's get the crowd. Let's see if I can hear it. Douglas
D. McKelly.
Douglas D. McKelly is into your last 32. He's going to be taking on Anthony Romero with the 9 seed on the other side. Doug Bain waiting on the winner of Dan Benner, Dustin Holt. 2 players that we've been trying to keep an eye on. What's the status with Holt and Benner?
They are just getting started in their first leg. So nothing there, and I want to tell everyone that is 19-year-old Dustin D. McKelly or Douglas D. McKelly. He's not 20.
We got that straightened out with stepdad yesterday. Great guy, by the way, and it was good to talk to him. And I spoke to Douglas a little this morning. I sort of asked, not asked him, but I complimented him and thanked him for his participation. Yep. Let him know it counts. It matters that you're here competing. And he was like, he just looked at me. He was like, I wouldn't have it any other way. I love this. This is great. And boy, that made my whole day. Moving down the bracket, it's what you're looking at is Gates. Anstey is waiting on one side with Brandon playing the winner of the game we've got coming up. Next group down is Savada Allred. They're going to clash in the last 32. Trevor Boltz waits the winner of Colin Rath and Jeff Steinberg. We've seen both of those guys on our stream in the past couple of events. Is Rath Steinberg underway yet? What's the stat? Has Rath and Steinberg gotten underway?
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, production's I think pulling.
They have not gotten underway so far.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
You got to go into production for a minute?
Nope, I'm good.
Because I can sit with everybody and talk stuff. So next down the bracket, we've got Cameron Stefano. They're going to clash in the last 32. That's going to be interesting. Steve Warnock takes on the winner of Richardson Cransell. Richardson Cransell get underway yet?
That one is ongoing, 2-2 score line.
All right. Moving down, Mawson plays local man Rob Ethington, and the other side is Larry Butler. Larry Butler awaits the winner of Swanson McCoy. Swanson McCoy get kicked off yet?
It is 3-2 McCoy.
All right, so that gives you a little, and then we come on down. Spellman plays local man Joe Beecroft. Brian Fenlon, Chicago man as well, takes on the winner of Wynn and Ron. And that's the group that's in stream 2. What's the status of
4-0 right now? Data up on Travis Ron.
Okay. And finally, we see we're getting kicked off. We'll quickly give you Long and Roker are set up for last 32 with Jacob Womack sitting there waiting on the winner of Chiancalo, Maine. What's Chiancalo, Maine?
1-0 Chiancalo.
Boom, and there is your Dart Connect recap here at the Dart Connect Challenge. Thank you, Mr. Sean Green.
No, thank you, Mr. A. Anthony Eugenia. Let's look at Eddie Two Toes Pope as both of his toes are touching that Aki.
27.
He is very straight on. You're going to see it here in just a second.
Okay, and
very unique.
Jack Robinson.
Ontario native, played on stream yesterday and made a good run to the top 8.
Yeah, we saw him against John Part. Yeah, 6'5". That one went the distance, and some good scoring moments from Robinson.
140.
So Pope here is going to step up this next time. I just want you to look at this unique stance here from the back. Look at that. Completely straight on there.
Sorry.
It's not unfamiliar to me. Yeah, it's unorthodox for today's game, but, Mr. Ireet, our producer in there, will tell you, he's even more of an old-school dinosaur than I am. Like, that was not uncommon in the 70s, 80s to see people sort of double toe in the Aki, sort of a straight-up. You'll even find it in, and exactly what he's doing. It's kind of a philosophy of just square your body up and throw forward, right?
Absolutely.
You'll find it in, I could think back to some old dart books that I have that talk about stances. So it's sort of an acknowledged stance. Not that I'm sure we talked about yesterday how minute people can get in their conversation about the things in darts with elbow placement and is the dart coming past your eye or not,
Right.
The degree of angle that your foot is on the board. So
I just fan of unique styles of throw, and that's definitely one up there. As
67.
Robinson not on a finish, Pope's going to get should get 2 darts clear at a double here to hold his throw in leg number 1. That's dead center. Double 10. Oh no, a bit of a disaster to leave 5. Robinson 106 left. Not going to take it out now.
23. Bust.
And unfortunately, Hope busts the 5.
oh boy.
That's the tough part of the disaster on the dart 3 the previous visit. Well, right now, they're both not really helping each other out on these finishing setups.
Spellman just getting kicked off shooting for bull against Beecroft on stream too. So why not sit back on a Sunday, open up multiple tablets and tabs and follow along?
Much better first start. Madhouse.
Bust.
And he busts it. So Robinson, 60. And this has been the gift that's kept on giving here in leg number 1.
Shot.
And he pins it. 1 for 1 on his double.
That's it. Leg 1, settle in, move on. And it wasn't a terrible leg in the first half of it, the first 12 darts for each player. So you truly, that is something that you
40.
in a positive way, just sort of forget about.
Yeah, absolutely. And
like there's not a lot to overanalyze. Things were okay early on. They both scored well, so just literally let's just move on. And there you go. Ed Pope with a 1-3-3.
yeah, his early scoring has been great.
85.
It was definitely in leg number 1. When he got down below a certain number, and of course his doubles, it's always hard to clean up on aisle 5, and we saw it right there.
121.
We saw Robinson yesterday have a match where he averaged 90,
45.
so you know that the high quality affair is definitely there for him. Again, made a quarterfinal losing to 3-time world champion John Part in the last leg decider.
That's one for the scrapbook.
Yeah, absolutely.
95.
Well, we saw John then eventually go down in the next round to David Cameron, but not without a fight. That was a fun match to watch.
Yeah, it absolutely was. 3-time world champ out in front for the majority of it.
Where is Mr. Part in today's? Did we see him in that group? In those groups? Where's Mr. Part?
59 left.
57.
Whoa, he was in the middle of his throw and his eyes shifted down to the 19. He hits it. But great switch from Robinson. Does leave the finish there. The treble helped. But tops here for Pope. 0 for 5 on his double so far. But hits that one. Breaks right back. It's a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, an unfortunate Darth Maple update. Yeah, John lost in the last 64 to Rick Allred. That we saw quite a bit. So I think, unfortunate for John. Good day yesterday, though. So we
Absolutely.
certainly hope that he can build on that. I anticipate that he'll be at the next weekend in Niagara Falls. So if you're a John Part fan and you're in driving distance, it'd be kind of cool to come on in, see the man,
66.
There you go.
get an autograph, root him on. Who wouldn't want to have a cool rooting section following you around the tournament? And but from his opponent's perspective, I think a
57.
pretty good weekend for Rick Allred. Some progress, some
Absolutely.
good-looking moments on screen.
Taking a great step forward. His scoring, talked to him after a few of his matches yesterday and just complimented on his scoring power. And he's like, yep, just need to work on the doubles. You're not wrong, was my response back to him, but I'm going to guess that might have been part of the practice
133.
routine, maybe a little bit. But yeah, a lot of great success from Allred. And we see it all the time. You break through, get your first victory, now it leads to 2. You get your first quarterfinal, now it leads to the second one. And eventually, as soon as you break through those walls, they become easier to continue to break through.
It's always like, man, if it wasn't for my doubles, I would have won that match.
Again, the setup play from Robinson. The scoring's been great. They're getting down here to the finish. Robinson on 154 after 12. Pope going to put a lot of pressure on that.
133.
Nice 133. After 15 now on 84. That's in. Treble 18. Would have left the tops. Goes back
138.
beautifully to that. Sets it up just in case. For a hold to throw. 2 darts at double 12. Wow.
Well, that looked lovely.
Even Schaefer thought that was in. Did you notice? Did you hear him almost say it? But he picks it at the end of the day, and it's a 2-1 lead now for Pope. That looked nice and simple.
Certainly. Yeah, you always want to err on the side of caution when you're
41.
scorekeeping, even if it takes an extra second for the player to look at you like, hey, it's in, dummy. But the opposite is always can be disastrous to jump in a little too soon if it
57.
wasn't in the double. So always best to take a pause. But that was right on the wire. And then really smooth transition all the way over to the double 6 and put it right in the middle of the bed. So Edward Pope off the associates list is up 2-1 here in the last 64 of the 2024 Dart Connect Challenge, event number 8
44.
on the 2024 Championship Dart Circuit.
It's been a pleasure to sit next to you all weekend long, AE.
A blast, Sean Green. And for those of you that are, I've got both events open. If you're on Facebook, I've got Stream 2 open. I'm in there if you want to chat, answer any questions. And I've got YouTube open as well for the feature board.
Unique situation happened there where the dart bounced out, but got caught in between the other two. Rule of thumb
45.
for everybody that is just kind of making it up on the spot. If the tip of the dart is touching the board, whatever segment it is touching, that does count as a scoring number. But if it is not touching that segment at all,
95.
No score.
no score. And you saw Jacob called 40, and then Eddie kind of looked at it closer to see if it was maybe touching. Great switch from
92.
Robinson. Great 1-3-3 to lead 1-3-2. Averages aside, I've been impressed with Pope
93.
because there was the first leg was dreadful in the doubling there, so it lowered those averages a lot.
Yeah, he's transitioned. He's used both the 20s and 19s for good scoring opportunities. Yeah, again, a leg is not going to define everything. So you sort of toss the troubles of that first one out. That last leg was good transition from the 12 down to the 6. So I concur.
36.
All right, an unusual finish here, double 7. Notoriously one of my least favorite doubles.
No score.
Well, we've seen a lot of the players. I mean, 70 is a tough call in that. Do you want to use an extra dart to break it up? But we've seen a lot of more experienced players use the 10-6 to break up a 14.
27.
Yeah, and Robinson missed the big number there. Only got 1 dart at the bull. We'll see if he just goes right at it again. He is. And unfortunately now goes inside. Might have been right to
Bust.
cut it in half a little bit. Robinson outside look. This is just for a hole to throw. 17 leaves 26.
And that was a good sort of smart use of the board. Right? Go down there where, even if you sort of splash it a little bit, it's still going to give you
31.
a double opportunity.
And if Robinson does fall in this match, he's going to very much kick himself on his setup play.
And
That is still not over with yet in this leg. That's
shot.
in there on dart 2. The roll of the eyes.
Yeah, he that was right on the wire. And a little adjustment to the left. And was knotted at 2 apiece here in the Dart Connect Challenge. Our feature board, group number 3. This is the last match for the last 64 for these players, and we'll keep this group on here until we get a board winner.
57.
That's the direction that we've taken here in 2024. In large part, quite honestly, to assist with our burgeoning gaming partners, to let them watch how our tournaments unfold. And we're all kind of in a learning process. So our data provider analyzes what these players do and then helps to set odds, and they sort of set those odds, and then it's up to the different betting houses like a DraftKings or a Bet365, Betfred, to then pick up those odds and put them out publicly on their platform. So, a la your PDC fans, and obviously you're watching us on PDC TV, you're going to be a PDC fan. That's what they've done on their players' tours,
85.
is sort of just pick up a whole group and put them on a board.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes it run a little bit smoother. It is very nice from a commentator's perspective to know exactly what's coming, what's upcoming for 7 matches straight, pretty much.
43.
Well, it's a it's a catch-22. It's a you could argue a different direction, which we've done in the past, is to go around the bracket and select match by match and try and find the most compelling games. So that's why sometimes like this year maybe fans might say, hey, this match over on board 2 or board 7, that'd be great to see, and certainly would. But there's a lot of matches that would be great to showcase.
36.
So you got to head down in a direction, and this sort of gives the players a little stability. I get selected to a board, I'm going to stay there. So we'll see all of the players that we've just seen that have advanced
83.
into the next round. So we'll see Gates take on Anstey, and Jason Brandon is waiting on the winner of this game.
Treble 18 would have left a shot at the bull for a break of throw. 86 remains. Pope's going to come back with 105. 98 left, treble 20. And this is where we've seen both players struggle, although that last start really saved that
69.
turn. Will he come back with 36 left, or will Jack take out the 68? And that's what I'm
Yes.
talking about there. Now you might only have one dart again at the bowl. It is the bowl. And when you're missing the big number, when you should have one dart at a outside double, and you're only going to try to the bowl twice, it's going to hurt you. 32 left. Happy little accident.
4.
Alex Spellman up 4-1 on our Stream 2 coverage. Competing against Joey Beecroft.
21.
All right, 32 left. And he pins it first start, does Pope. Takes a 3-2 lead. Ends up being a hole to throw. Both gentlemen have had many, many, many opportunities at doubles here. And so both gentlemen,
180.
and that's a 180 from Jack Robinson. Sometimes it comes at a time where players are the most frustrated.
It's this mysterious thing
60.
that this game provides. These just moments of flashes of brilliance, and then the frustration of why can I not replicate that again?
It's that madness exactly, AE, that has brought me to this commentary booth, where I am much happier than I would be out there playing.
$95. $99.
Robinson well out in front in this one.
$43.
Only 43 from Pope, so here we go. The man from Gulf, Ontario.
95.
Trying to hold his throw to tie it up 3-3.
$41.
AE mentioned the gaming aspect of what we're doing earlier. You can always go to nxtbets.com/playcdc to check out what is available in your area, if anything is currently available. And bear with us, because our goal is to be in all 50 states and approved at a certain point, and eventually we're going to get to that goal.
Yep.
It's just going to take time and patience on your behalf, so keep checking those
And
and
if
still get
it's-
signed up and all that good stuff.
And if it's not, let them know, right?
Yep.
Like contact the betting houses and say, just like the police screamed, "I want my CDC."
Absolutely. Reminder, you must be 21 years or older. It is void wherever prohibited, and if you have a gambling problem, please reach out to 1-800-GAMBLER. This is meant to be a fun gaming opportunity and not a life or death scenario.
And while we were giving you some gaming information, right? Jack Robinson tied us up at 3 legs apiece.
43.
Yeah, nice, easy 18-dart hole to throw for him. Much better form.
I realize I'm at an age that some people may not have gotten my reference. The police were in a famous video promoting MTV. I
Oh,
want
yeah,
my
absolutely.
MTV. Okay, you got that one. Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
So I need we need to get some people to do us
Back
some
when-
commercials. I want my CDC.
Back when MTV had music videos.
Yes, it did. Video killed the radio star. The first one, I think, wasn't it?
That was the very
Was
first
it August? I think
47.
August.
very first music video to be on MTV.
But you weren't even born yet, Mr. Young Guy, 1987. I got messages yesterday. People were like, 87? Good gracious. What are you, sitting there with a baby?
But I still knew that fun fact.
You did. Well played. I'm sure you saw it on, it was like a Trivial Pursuit question. Some old-timey trivia from the old guy sitting next to him.
I saw it
Like,
on the
who
Facebook.
built the pyramids and what video was on MTV?
I
Get
saw it
off
on
my lawn.
I saw it on the Facebook
Yeah, it's on the Facebook.
or in,
The-
in one of those new talk
The
ticks.
playland of old people.
But the
CDC.
CDC is hip to all those social media, so you can follow us on all of those
Oh,
platforms.
I'm sure it is.
TikTok, Instagram, X,
We've got, you know,
Facebook, and YouTube.
a great 23-year-old in charge of our social media campaign. Oh, boy.
65.
Nice sip of agua. We saw the great John Park just pass by, and I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled again if we can grab him, get him behind the microphone.
Always a treat to hear the great John Part on the call. All right, Robinson has 135 left to break the throw. Pope on 128. Starts on the bull. Treble 20 would have left the bullseye. Now 109 remains.
29.
Now it's 106. And Pope, 128. Should start on the 18s. Ideally. And again, the setup play from the gentleman, both gentlemen, definitely lacking. I know Robinson, I know that he's twice had 106 and hit the first start into a single one. And I guarantee he's almost just happy he hit the big 20 there
Sorry.
to not kill the shot after the first start. But Pope, 88. It's been a scrappy affair, that's for sure.
73 remaining.
Double 19.
19s.
Try to leave 22.
39.
But once we get down to the actual double, they still continue to struggle.
Yeah, but yeah, both struggling a little on doubles. But at 3-3, this is going to be a match that they're both going to feel is a big opportunity for either one of them. Jack trying to build on yesterday's quarterfinal appearance. Edward coming through the associate list, looking to establish his CDC career.
Madhouse. And it's a bust from Robinson. And that just the way he responded to the miss was almost as if he was expecting to miss.
Which obviously happens, right? That's
Bust.
and it bust. An old psychological
Yep.
tool, right? If I don't believe I won't, then I won't. And, you know, it that transfers into physical play.
A good dart on dart 3, unfortunately just above the wire. At least he makes it even just in case, but this is the leg of opportunities.
Absolutely, and that's I've sort of sold myself on that idea and become enamored with this moment at 3-3, and both of these guys really having something to build on.
I'm going to be honest with you, AE. I think no matter who wins this match, both gentlemen are going to want to forget about this match as quickly as possible because I don't think it's going to help them for the next one. They got Jason Brandon waiting for them, and they know that
95.
their setup play has got to be a lot better. Their scoring is going to have to improve just a little bit, and they're going to have to be a lot cleaner no matter who gets through this. But getting through it is all you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Win the one in front of you. But this has all the fixins of being one of those matches that you win without feeling good about it at all.
100.
take a look out and see if we've got any shockers and any sort of things going out on the floor. All right, so we've got people booked in the top 16, last 16. Trying to
28.
change my verbiage here in North America. It's top this and top that, and
instead of
overseas
last?
it's last this and last that. Yeah. So top 32 results
59.
going into the last 16. There you go. I'll service both masters. Stowe Bunts 5-2 over Ross Snook. Alex Spellman 5-1 over Joe Beecraft. So those are your first results from the 32 stage.
70.
Looking back in the 64s, we've given you a lot of them. A lot of the seeds made it through. Seeds that did not get through. Jacob Taylor, down to Adam Zavada, Joey Lenaw down to Trevor Buboltz. So those are seeds that didn't make it out of the last 64. Few of the seeds didn't have matches in that round, so we'll see them come in at the last 32. Currently underway.
Shot.
Double threes pinned, and that's the match for Jack Robinson. A 5-3 victory over Edward Pope. And at the end of the day, he gets the job done. That one was a 16 darter at the end in that last leg. That might be something that he can grasp to take him forward.
Right? Wouldn't you? Yeah, you take that now, go get refreshed, hit the practice board a little bit, and sort of take that as your target to now go tackle a tough Jason Brandon.
The setup play was definitely the downer there, but Robinson was 25% of his doubles. Unfortunately, Pope was only 11% on those doubles, 3 for 27. All those opportunities missed.
So Long, McMillan, Cameron, Mawson, those are some of the big names out on the tournament floor. You can go check that out at dartconnect.com as we present to you the Dart Connect Challenge. So that's it for us for a moment, and Sean will wrap us up, and we'll take a break. And when we come back, we'll have Leonard Gates, Albert Anstey, Jason Brandon, Jack Robinson.
So there's a lot more coming your way from the Dart Connect Challenge right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator for the 2024 Dart Connect Challenge, live here in Chicago, Illinois. This is our first top 32 match that has Leonard Gates, Soldier, taking on Canadian dart legend Albert Anstey. Anstey is looking to continue his Sunday success here in Chicago, as 3 weeks ago in weekend number 2 on the Chicago run, that is his top 16 finish. He looked pretty good in this first round bout against Justin Faucet, claiming that one 5-0, but his opponent is Leonard Gates. 171 match wins for Leonard. And that bright red jersey he has, shouting out his home vendor, Houston, Texas native. And here is Albert Sr. He's competed in 3 BDO World Championships. Former Canadian national champion, originally from Newfoundland. It looks like he has perhaps an homage to loved ones on his shirt. You can see they're enjoying themselves, having a good time. As we look around the venue here real quick to give you some updates on the matches currently going on. Adam Savada taking on Rick Allred in a top 32 bout. Douglas D. McKelly, 0-0 scoreline against Anthony Romero, just getting started. Jim Long up 3-2 on Jason Roker. That was our champion yesterday afternoon in the A to Z Darts Trophy. Brian Finland currently up 2-1 on Michael Wynn. And Jake McMillan, Jeff Springer tied currently 3 apiece. McMillan's looking for a little taste of success on tour this season, as he has struggled a little bit. And he'll be the first to kind of tell you that so far heading into this one. They're off and running. Anstey has the throw. And starts it off with a nice 140. And here is Soldier, Leonard Gates, finalist in the A to Z Darts Trophy, losing that last league decider to Jim Long. Soldier, one of only 2 players yesterday to at least make a quarterfinal in both events. He had a quarterfinal last evening. And, of course, the final in the A to Z Darts Trophy. Anstey has a top 16 on tour, his first year on tour this season. And that was on the Sunday, weekend number 2 here in Chicago. So can he continue that success? Good side look here from Soldier Leonard Gates. He makes darts look extremely easy with his nonchalant throw. Zero stress involved in that. Starting on the bull here for Anstey. Treble 19. Would have left a shot at the bull. As I am joined in the booth by the amazing Anthony Eugenia. AE, they're off and running here in leg number 1, and it's a good one.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, I sorry for my delay. I caught up with Jacob Taylor. I wanted to get a little Anstey background, and like he was ranked top 20 in the BDO. I had thought that they played together in Newfoundland, but they've been sort of rivals on different teams. And yeah, Albert has played for Team Canada in some overseas events. So trying to just get a little bit. We were impressed by Albert in his first round. So looking forward to this clash with Leonard Gates.
32. We saw Anstey have great double success in that first round match. Soldier double 11 pinned on the first dart. 16 dart break for Leonard Gates. Has yet to lose a leg in this tournament. Off and running here with a break right out the gate.
And I also talked to my partner Peter Cetera about Albert Anstey.
Yeah.
And just he said, maybe what we saw a little bit about, he's nervous to impress, if that makes any sense. He wants to perform well. He's excited to be part of the platform, to compete with these other players, and just wants to perform at a high level. So kind of cool to get a little background on Albert. We know the background on one Mr. Leonard Gates.
Yeah, 1,000%. Former professional baseball player, pitcher. Has been playing the game since 1994. So going on 30 years for Soldier. The most decorated seniors tour player of all time, with 3 major championships under his belt.
In his brief history, he's made quite an impact.
He is the 3 seed in the Senior Masters. And I guarantee he's going to be one of the favorites heading into it. And you want to talk about the pedigree of a Leonard Gates. In his first appearance in a senior event, he went over in a 100-person field to try and qualify for the champion and champion spot, where 1 spot was available. You had to win that tournament of former world champions, of the who-all, be-all of anyone over the age of 50 that is competing at that high level. Not only did he win, he dominated that event so much that he drew Phil Taylor in the first round and was not only the favorite in that match, but the favorite for the entire event based on how he performed that day before. And he just went off and proved everyone correct by winning that easily.
He hasn't looked back.
He's going to get a dart here at the 112. 32. Just on the outside. Outside look here for Anstey.
Former PDC North American champion.
Absolutely.
Crowned downstairs at the Garden.
Treble 19. Bullseye for the 167. Oh, just on the outside. I bet when it released, he thought it felt good. And Soldier just nonchalantly pins that 32. Good try.
A little salt in the wound.
It's one of those, that last round, that was beautiful, man. Not as beautiful as this, though.
No.
2-0 lead here for Leonard Gates, the 4 seed. Soldier came into this weekend number 5 on the point standings, with 33 points total. Stowe Bunce had 38, Mawson 37. Those were the two Americans ahead of Gates. And Stowe Bunce went on to win at last night's event. So if Gates wants to kind of stay with Stowe in the running here on the American side for that top American spot, he's going to need to make a deep run today.
So how cool is this for modern day technology? So I didn't realize that I was out trying to talk to Jacob Taylor when Mr. Albert Anstey Jr. is messaging me, and he says, you know, he was listening earlier talking about Dad, and he said he actually got up into ranked 11th. So
there you go.
Not just top 20, but right outside the top 10 in the early 90s.
Yeah, he played in 3 BDO World Championships. He's the former Canadian national champion in 1989. So the pedigree wasn't just blowing smoke. It's real. And it's awesome to see him playing on this championship darts.
Most definitely.
Another one of those would have left double 8. I think Soldier was trying to hit 140 just to bust for fun because he wanted to take a look at that 136 again. Dangerous third dart from Soldier. And what a 140 to leave a checkout, but Soldier on 36. 140, 140, 8,500, 36 and 1, and that's a 13 dart break a throw for Soldier. The average rises for Leonard Gates. Now over 100. So far, just proving to be too much.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it, for Albert, like this is the time Gates is going to bring his 100 average. He's going to, you know, take that out of his travel bag.
Of course. Looking around the venue real quick, we do have one board final set. Stowe Bunch, Jeff Springer in that board of death, group number 1. David Cameron is awaiting the winner of Steve Warnock, Dave Richardson for that board final. So Excalibur continuing his run of fantastic play. Gary Mawson currently waiting on the winner of Larry Butler, Nick McCoy for that spot. Spellman awaiting the winner of Brian Finland, Michael Wynn for that board final. Then the gentleman Jim Long trying to continue a great weekend. Waiting on the winner of Jake Womack, Davey Main.
Was there a Romero? Goodness, I have to learn his name. Dominic and Anthony. Nice Italian boys.
Douglas.
Dominic. I'm calling him Dominic.
D. McKelly.
I can't get his last name or his first name right.
My goodness. It's all right. One of these days, Doug. One of these days. You're only 19. By the time you're 30, we'll get you. 32 for Gates, and that's a 4-0 lead for Soldier, and that's a 15 dart hole to throw. Again, right at 100 average. He's averaging 15 darts per leg based on the 100.2.
So Albert's got him right where he wants him.
And that is 4-0 Anthony Romero right now.
Okay,
currently.
that's underway. All right, because we had some calls out. They wanted some updates on that, even a request to get it on stream, and I had to explain, as I did earlier, that we've locked into the groups that have brought onto the stream. So at the quarterfinal stage, we will sort of mix it up a little bit, go into the bracket, and grab some new players to bring up here, but we'll see each group play out on our stream boards. So a couple of more Albert blurbs. He was the 1990 Pacific Cup champion, and he beat Paul Lim in the finals, and it was actually played in Singapore. So
wow,
hazard a good guess that Albert was not the fan favorite in that match.
Not the hometown hero in that one. I would wager that to be correct.
and this one piqued my interest. I'm sure we'll tease everybody. We'll get the details for the next weekend when we see Albert. But apparently, Eric Bristow, my all-time favorite player, was the one who told Albert Sr. that Albert Jr. had been born. So we'll leave you with that, folks. And the next time we get Albert on stream, we'll get the details and fill in that.
In the meantime, Soldier is just marching along in this match. 4-0 ahead. A 95 average for Leonard Gates.
He's soldiering along, if you will.
Sure is. He's marching the right way on his dartboard.
To keep Sean's golf theme, he teed that up, and we took that one at.
Anstey not going to be able to leave a finish. Soldier has 6 from 224. The math didn't math there for Leonard.
Sometimes it don't.
Starting down at the bottom of the board. It looks like he's staying there. Ooh. He is. Sorry, we had an extra sound there from the Boomerang Tours Fiesta.
I was opening up my YouTube on my phone. I forgot I had a headpiece in before, but yeah, I just want to check in on the chat. So if you're listening to us and following on YouTube on the feature board or Stream 2, I've got that open as well, just to sort of have some fun, connect with everybody. If you've got any questions about the thing for this weekend, me and Sean, I'll pass something on to Sean if you got it for him, or questions about how things run this weekend or future as we head next time into Niagara Falls, or anything about the CDC. Bring it on.
And game, set, match. Leonard Gates, 5-0 victory over Albert Anstey. And the Canadian legend falls to the Soldier, 5-0. Gates, a 93 average in the match. That last leg, he was over 100 the entire match until that last leg decider, the last leg, and he marches on.
Players got the memo that I have a flight to catch, and we progress. Bring on Brandon and Robinson.
Absolutely. Jason Brandon, Jack Robinson is heading your way next. On paper, and let's be honest, on stream, if you watch that first round battle between Jason Brandon and Jacob Schaefer and then Jack Robinson, Edward Pope, you would heavily favor Jason Brandon, but it's a beautiful thing about this game,
Still
right?
got to play the games, right?
It goes match by match, leg by leg, and sometimes turn by turn. And if you're really, really thinking about it, dart by dart.
Now, I need to speak to young Robinson and find out what his middle name is. If it isn't the initial E, it needs to be. I think he needs to change it as a stage name. I think it needs to be Jack
Robinson.
E. Robinson.
I love it.
Okay? So we're not stepping on any toes, but technically it's Jack E. Robinson, right?
Technically, he could just go by Jackie if you really wanted to.
Well, that might be going a little bit too far, but who doesn't want to say it that way? So if we get him to make it Jack E. Robinson,
I love it.
We've got something to work with. So we got Brandon Robinson coming up. We're going to hang with you, I think, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Right? No scheduled commercial. And, I think you gave everybody a rundown. So what do you want to talk about, Sean?
Let's
put Sean on the therapy couch.
Oh, man.
Well, what's been going on with you late? I know, Sean doesn't only do work for us. He's actually spreading himself probably way too thin, but absolutely has his finger on the pulse of what's going on in North America by doing his online work and his travel work with USA Darts.
Well, I appreciate that. I work for a lot of different organizations, and I'm blessed to have the opportunity to do all of that. So I never really complain about any of the work that I get because it's always fun for me.
You don't, but Megan might.
Well, she does. Well, I complain about that aspect of it for sure, the family aspect of things.
And you know what? I'll only cut you off in that regard. That we just say that in jest.
Yep.
Because we want to give Megan some major props and flowers. Might be the biggest dart fan in the household, by the way. So Megan knows her stuff. So we're not going to make it seem like she's not on her game.
No, 100%. And honestly, if I was not married to such a giant dart fan, there's no way that she would allow me to do all of this that I'm able to do. So, yeah, we got the finals for the Women's Choice Challenger Series tomorrow night. I have school starting tomorrow, first day without kids tomorrow, morning bright and early. So that'll be a fun challenge for me here. And then it gets busier and busier. We have a couple of events that I'm traveling for the rest of August, and the CSC Challenger Series Monday, Wednesday starts right back up again. And then, of course, my own company, To The Point Streaming, is taking a break here this month, but we're getting ready to go in September to
and I'm not
off and running.
mistaken, that's the Siege, correct?
It is the Siege.
We
Tuesday
put
nights.
on the Siege.
Yep.
Tuesday nights.
We like to highlight our indie players in surrounding areas. This past week we had another streaming company come in that's brand new to it, and just kind of see what we do and get them on the mic and playing in the arena. And it's all about collaboration in this game, and it's the one thing that's going to grow it the most, in my opinion. And so while I'm blessed to work with a whole bunch of companies, I'm also blessed to help out anyone that I can in the community that's looking for that. And it's something that everyone that I work with, including the great CDC principals and all that, all have that kind of same mindset, and it's why I enjoy and am honored to work with the people that I work with.
Well, you're very good at what you do, and we appreciate having you with us. So Stream 2 is getting kicked off. Alex Spellman, Brian Fenlon, that's going to be your group final there, all right? So they're moving along nice and in a tidy fashion. Let's see if we can get...
Yeah, Finland defeated Win in that.
That's what I was looking for. What was that score?
5-2 scoreline.
5-2. And I just want to sort of get a gauge. Maybe I'll ask our working group how close we are to getting who's coming up next, right? Brandon and Robinson, how close them. If not, we'll maybe ask to pull up some Stream 2 coverage up here. So
get a look at Alex Spellman, the number 3 seed. And that tells you just how this season has gone for him so far. He's been the 1 seed up to this point, and now has dropped down to the 3, which is also a testament to Stowe Bunce and David Cameron's season so far, but also a lack of Spellman has not made a semifinal so far this season on tour.
And as I suspected, we've got a major crack team back there, right? Jeff McMahon normally is back there a lot of the other weekends. This weekend, we're thrilled to have Will Stewart with us and overseen in partnership with L. David Irete. And normally, while we would pick something up and say something about Stream 2, boom, it would pop up. But then a light bulb went off my head. Those guys need a break as well.
100%.
So they might have been stepping back there, and guess who heard that we were looking for Stream 2? But Will Stewart knocks on the window, says, "Give me 2 minutes, and you'll have Stream 2." So we'll maybe peek into Stream 2 in a minute for Fenlon and Spellman while we await
Jason Brandon and Jack Robinson.
Yeah,
Let's
here on the feature board.
Let's talk about their opening round matchups a little bit. Jason Brandon defeats Jacob Schaefer 5-0. Looked pretty good overall in the match. Schaefer impressed.
Here comes your feed to the other room, guys.
Overall.
Thank you, David.
And
we've got our feed coming up just to sort of fill the screen, if you will. Thanks, guys. I don't mean to ask too much out of production. And again, this is sort of we've got our Stream 2 in the tournament room running on its own PC in an isolated fashion, right? I hope this will make sense because I'm barely a tech guy. So if you pull up Facebook, it's super crisp and clean. But when our team here running through YouTube on our feature board goes in to kind of get it and simulcast it, it's coming out a little grainy. So bear with us. It's not, the true crisp picture is from the original feed. This is a sort of a secondary feed, but just to bring you something to watch while we wait.
Spellman.
Was that a 160? It was. I was like, wait a second. That's a 160, but it's not a finish. A 160 setup from Alex Spellman. He's feeling a little today. But Fenlon says, take that, big guy.
Because nobody misses double 4.
Apparently not.
Okay, that was good enough for them, guys.
All right, as we are ready to go here on our main streaming board, you can check out that action on Facebook that we just left from Alex Pellman, Brian Finland.
What a nice little appetizer. It was like a quick egg roll. And
It was
now
good.
here comes the Kung Pao chicken.
Yeah, Southern Comfort, Jason Brandon from Cowan, Tennessee. You want to talk about one of the nicest human beings you've ever met. I remember at one point in a CDC event weekend, I walked up, Jason Brandon's talking to a couple other people, and I just go, "Hey, Jason," and that's all I was trying to do. "Hey, how's it going?" He shook my hand, and then I walked away, and he came to find me. Made it a point to come find me 15 minutes later to be like, "Hey, man, I'm so sorry. I was so short with you there. Hope you're doing well." And Ree shook my hand and said hi and just made sure that the interaction had nothing negative from my end. And guess what? That's just him.
There were a lot of gentlemen in this game, a lot of not gentlemen, too, to be fair, but there's a lot of gentlemen, and you won't find, Jason Brandon is up there with the most classy and gentlemen. Before we get kicked off, do want a promo. Don't miss the next episode of Shooting the Bull, hosted by yours truly, the official podcast of the CDC. Thursday, August 15th, 9 o'clock Eastern. Stay tuned for my contributors on the next episode.
Always a fantastic production. It's impressive to be in those on those podcasts when I'm able to, because it's always a treat with how just fantastic the production is
180
overall.
And that's a 180 for Southern Comfort, Jason Brandon.
I think that just solidified it. If you say it, we're good.
30.
That was the moment people started like Boom Goes the Dynamite. Once you said it once, that was it. I like the look here. Jason Brandon.
43.
See the dart kind of follow the board. Here is Jack Robinson.
$83.
And look at Albert holding the mic. Actually, every single one of our players that have chalked for us has done a great job holding the mic and making a point to add to the production.
Yeah, he looked, the way he was holding the mic there before they started playing against the banner. I thought we were going to get a little song and dance man out of Albert Anstey.
I love it. Looking for the 95 or the 133.
95.
95 will leave 170, so 170 plays 170. I know Jason Brandon likes to go fishing.
Well, Jason won't get it. Let's see if Jack can reel it in.
It's got to be a big one. Just below the wire on dart 1. So Brandon's going to come back with 86. Chance to hold his throw in leg number 1.
60.
Happy little accident, 82 now. All right, he didn't like it. And that's why 71. Treble 13. He's just teased it up
54.
for 32 when he returns. Which I've heard there's a little controversy over the tee it up and what that means from my perspective. Tee it up just means to lay it up to knock it out of the park next time. Tops
on a setup.
Absolutely.
Got it.
It's
okay.
setting it up. It's laying up.
Well, but it's just both, right? Laying it up and teeing it up are both a golf parlance, right?
And if you're teeing it up, you're just setting up the golf ball
16.
to then knock it down.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, double 10 for Jack Robinson. Double 5.
Click the wire on the double 5.
And listen, Jason Brandon's a nice guy, but he's not going to gift you this many opportunities at doubles. You got to take them when you get them.
No. There is being a gentleman on and off the Aki, and that was a misstep from Jason. But no, there's no gifts from Southern Comfort. He's going to pin you up against the wall and tell you that his daddy worked for Jack Daniels or something. Quit it!
One of the only things knocking that dart nickname that I've come across is the fact that Jason Brandon is not at all
A heavy drinker.
A drinker. And he pins double 8 to take a 1-0 lead. And listen, it's a hole to throw. It's a ugh. And we move on.
Absolutely. The dance is just beginning. Combatants are just squaring around the ring, getting warmed up.
Last 32 bout here in the Dart Connect Challenge. Event number 8. We're almost to the exact halfway point, AE, in the season. Crazy to think about.
Yeah, I guess we are, right? We've got
15 total?
14.
Right? 14 total.
No,
So we're
14.
over
So
halfway there.
no. We've completed 7.
Yep.
We are sitting at the halfway point. We've got 2 more weekends of 3, and this one. The first weekend we had 2 events because we had the qualifiers for the U.S. Masters. So we cut an event down. So we've got 5 total weekends.
Close-up look there of JB.
100.
The man with 2 first names.
JB, and who was he playing recently? I think you were doing stuff in Nashville. He was playing, and it was like 4 first names.
Yes, it was.
Kevin Luke.
Yeah, Jason Brandon taking on Kevin Luke.
It was a pairs competition. You don't think I'm watching? You do, or you? I'm paying attention.
I wouldn't have it any other way, AE.
140.
I'm lurking around. I pop my head up occasionally.
Just remember, I'm way better at this than I am when I do any other stream. Just always keep that in mind.
45.
You put me with some of my friends on the mic, and we go a little crazy from time to time.
But it's more than appropriate. That's, we're fuddy-duddies here. We don't have any fun, so, sometimes when you're doing a nice, fun, open event, that's the atmosphere. You want it to be loosey-goosey.
46.
And
We
Jake-
just bring you in to work with me, so when I get, like I'm in an old folks' home and I'm wandering down the hallway in my walker, you're like, no, let's redirect this way. There's a dart match going on.
And I bet when you're 105 and you're at that point in your life, you'd still be a great person on the mic.
More life's experience to babble about.
140.
Good dart there. Slid that last one in that corner.
This can get a little froggy here. You go inside. Well, that's double 2.
16.
Yeah, and Jack staying just in with the puncher's chance, right? A 2-dart, 100 effort is the ask.
And
there
it's
you go.
a little bit awkward. Yeah, and it drags it up. So Madhouse for Southern Comfort
Game shot.
pins it. And that's a break of throw for Jason Brandon. Takes
No-
it to a lead.
No messing about there. No fuffing about for Jason Brandon.
He's not doing the mess around.
No, he's not doing the mess around. And in all fairness, it's a legitimate tactic. You may shoot, just for above the top wire on that one, because that's that spot in darts that very frustrating to have it fall into the fat single bet on your first dart and have to walk back to the board with two darts still in hand, unused.
Oh. One of the worst feelings ever. Great.
Right underneath the wire on that third dart.
Great looking darts there from Jason Brandon. And here's our side profile from Jack Robinson. A little bit of body movement to him as he follows through. So you're seeing
60.
the elbow stays pretty steady the whole way back. Brandon almost does a little shove through. That's how he throws. There is a take back. He does have a little take back there, but it's mainly a shove. off and rolling after 9 on 201.
Isn't it as amazing how these things go so quickly? We prep and we work and we in the setup, and my admiration and my awe for all of you that are a part of this team that give so much of yourselves and the time and effort to like physically help set these things up. And there's a lot of work, folks, that goes into the hardware of running a tournament, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And it's but so much work goes in, and then it's like here we're sitting down and we're almost to our board final, and we literally only have 4 matches left on our feature board, and the weekend's done.
It's insane. It's a blink and you miss it. I said it last night, and I was actually being serious when I said, man, it's already 9 o'clock. And I know for you it felt like 8 o'clock in the or 2 o'clock in the morning. For me, when I am doing these back-to-back, it's the greatest way to pass the time, because it's almost like being in a casino without the clock.
Yeah.
Time just flies when you're having a great time. And Jason Brandon on tops. He's going to step back. Just fixes the grip and gets it in there. And to your point, AE, I want to say that from the perspective as a staff member, to have principals that work as hard as you 4 do, to where during setup and breakdown,
91.
it's like we jumped into a pool by the end of it, and that's all of you involved that work just as hard, if not harder than us, and in order to accomplish it. So it's easy to follow that.
Thank you, appreciate that. And we'll never work as hard as you guys. You're working up a sweat and putting in a lot of effort. We just try and hold our own and not ask anyone to do anything that we're not willing to do ourselves. That's the bottom line. And we wouldn't be in the place that we're at because we did start this thing off by ourselves, and it was but we couldn't have grown without bringing on really dedicated and passionate people. It's those are the great folks that we know that we've picked up that love this thing as much as we do, and won't drone on forever about it. But at risk of leaving anybody out, a real big thanks, and we'll try our best to acknowledge everybody by the end of the year in a couple of the promos that we do. But we've got a wonderful group of people that join us on site. Some here for different weekends. So there's part of the crew here now, and there'll be another part of the crew that meets us up in weekend 4 and stuff like that, and different parts of the setup crew and officiating crew and production crew and commentary crew. And now we've expanded to a burgeoning like off-site crew. That's awesome. Like we've got a great guy in there doing stats that's off-site, and there's another part of the stats team that's done stat stuff in the past, and we've got an amazing graphics director that puts together these promos and wonderful stuff, and another wonderful woman that's joined the team that helps out with our social media and our podcasts and stuff. So it's like we've got an on-site team and an off-site team, and all with the ultimate goal of bringing you, the fan and consumer, a wonderful product of these great players.
And bringing these dart players the best opportunities they could possibly ask for in North America.
That's the goal.
46.
Happy to be associated and honored to be a part of this great team. And well, that was a testy one, but tops. And Robinson, unfortunately, he's 0 for 10 on his doubles so far in this match. It's obviously a frustration. One more dart in hand, and that's going to be awkward for Jason. Yeah, it's almost impossible. With those first two and how his darts lay in that board as flat as they do, he almost has to throw it under for it to go in. And there's Jack Robinson. 11 times the charm, and it's 3-1. And Jason Brandon's dropped his first leg of the tournament.
Derailing Jason a little bit. Quickly starting to feel, though, as we're headed towards a, seed matchup of the 4 Gates and the 13 Brandon in this group. And let's, I think it feels like a good appropriate time. Let's pull up the bracket and
24.
see where we're going. As we talked about, we're sort of on the horizon of a quarterfinals, which which sort of means some of those starry-eyed matchups and the chance to
95.
rotate players from board to board and different features. So, okay.
We can update you real quick on the streaming board number 2. Spellman currently leads that 5-2 in a race to 6, because it is a top 16 match over Brian Finland. Spellman averaging 86 to Finland's 83 in that. And Jeff Springer up 5-2 over Stowe Bunce currently. So last night's champion might be out here shortly. And AE, what else you got for me?
96.
We've got some matches set in the top 16,
Yeah.
and then let's see. Let's do a top to bottom. Where are we? The boys are going to, maybe I was going to say he's going to give us a little while. Maybe not. That's a 180 for Jason.
Maximum
Southern
to lead
Comfort.
the finish.
Brandon. 155, 1 double nickels. So let's see. You said up top in Group 1, right? These are all now group finals. So Bunce and Springer, you said, are underway, right? What's the status?
5-2 Springer.
Wow. Okay. So Bunce in perilous position there. Anthony Romero is awaiting the winner of Boehm and Holt.
Yep.
Right? Boehm and Holt.
That one is ongoing as well currently. 3-1 Boehm over Dustin Holt.
Okay, so we've got possible showdown and a big moment for Romero, top 16. Another, just a quick blurb on him, a player of note coming out of Dart Players Los Angeles, and he's played a little Dart Players Texas actually. So a Western player of with a really high potential ceiling.
Tops for Brandon. Double 10 for a 4-1 lead, and he goes outside. So this is an opportunity for Jack Robinson to break right back and go back on throw. Tops needed. And he pins Tops. The first double goes in. The second one follows nicely. 3-2 score line. He's going to do-si-do himself, and he's now throwing to tie up this ball game.
You got it. Jack Robinson making a statement, not going out quietly, going to make this, push this one a little further than it looked like it was going to go.
140.
It's amazing how talented these players are, that once they feel exactly where that dart goes, they are prone to just continue to replicate that exact millimeter of momentum and motion over and over and over again. Keep running through that bracket, AE.
So we know, and then we move down, we know Gates. Gates is waiting on the winner here. Adam Savada, he's waiting on the winner of Bubolt Steinberg. Is Bubolt Steinberg in play?
It sure is. Currently, that is a 3-3 score line.
Okay, and then so now we move on to matches that are all set. Cameron Warnock, that's a top 16 match.
1-0 Warnock.
Okay, Moss and Butler.
1-1 score line.
Group 6, and we just I saw even come across my wire, Alex Spellman, right?
Absolutely.
He just secured Group 7, 6-2 over Brian Fenlon, and then Group 8, Long and Womack, seeds clashing.
And that one is not getting started yet.
So they'll be underway. So, and Springer, I see Springer. That came through the wire. Springer solidified. So you've got Springer and Spellman, your first 2 players booked into quarterfinals.
Where they play each other, correct? Or
No. Springer up top. Springer essentially took the 1 seed, right? And then Alex is down the bottom as the 3. So it would be down the bottom is 2-3, 1-4 up top.
Absolutely.
So 4 is us. So
we're in that last 32.
Yeah. So
winner this one gets Leonard Gates.
Yep. So knowing how our tournament director works, if you wanted me to guess who we're going to get as a quarterfinal.
Do it.
Uh-oh. he's probably listening to me and messing around with. Oh no, you know what? Okay, I thought we might get Springer, and he just assigned Springer to board 12. So Springer's going to go to stream 2 on Dark Connect. Where 10. So if you see 10. No, why is he going? He's using 11. All right, so 11. Supposed to be 10. Tisk. Okay, so he assigned it already. I bet she's listening to me. He's going to come in and bust my chops.
101.
I can only hope so.
So we've been assigned the third. We've been assigned a third quarterfinal. Okay, I know I'm getting geeky on everybody.
32, and it's a tie ball game, 3 apiece. Back on throw entirely. Jason Brandon doesn't have to break. He just needs to hold his throw twice, and he wins this match. But Robinson starting the comeback.
55.
All right, for our quarterfinal, looking over the horizon after the gates and winner of this match, we will get any combination of Cameron is playing Warock, and then Mawson is playing Butler. So it'll be a combination of those guys. And then we'll go back up to the top of the bracket for the semis, right? So you're looking at a potential Springer, Bame, Holt, Gates, Savada thing in the semi, okay?
Not bad.
I can teach you, I can learn you on what direction we're going to take. Yeah, exactly, not bad. You literally could throw those names in a paper bag, correct? And we would
absolutely
take any of the 2 that came tumbling out.
And believe that they absolutely would have made it there.
Without a doubt.
Jason Brandon ahead so far in the scoring here. Great adjustment on dart 2 from Robinson, who started to find it a little bit. Now ahead in the average. 3 legs on the spin. And the number 13 seed. Hoping that number does not turn unlucky for him. Look at this from Robinson. Cheers to you, Mr. Robinson. Big 177 to leave 100. Southern Comfort's on the ropes. Trouble 19. So the 1-2-8 is going to get a look here for Brandon.
44.
Start on the 18s. Does that. Another one of those. Would have left double 10. Now just a setup shot.
88.
Robinson should get 2 darts and a double. This for the first lead in the match. And 4 legs on the spin for Robinson. Double 10. And Jack does take the first lead, and it's a break of throw at the absolute perfect time. 4-3 scoreline for Jack Robinson. He will be throwing for the match.
And I believe, is that 3 in a row?
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
He's marching.
4 in a row. That's right. We saw, right? Jason was up 3-0. So those of you that are listening to us but also keeping tabs on Stream 2, Stream 2 is going to be quiet for a bit as Jeff Springer's assigned to that. He's going to have to wait for the Romero-Bame match on the floor to get caught up to him. So sometimes there's as much as we do desire to have constant action on the streaming boards, sometimes the nature of a bracket plays out that way. So I'm sort of scouring to see if anything else has been assigned, possibly to move to the stream board. I think you get a case of things just start to get underway on the floor. There's not a lot of things to move, so I think that's pretty much what it is. So Jeff Springer will be next up on Stream 2, awaiting the winner of Romero-Bame.
Well, Jason Brandon opening up this must-win leg against the throw with a 180, his third of the match. And when champions are up against the wall, they tend to perform their best when they need to.
59.
But 2 troubleless visits after the 180 is going to open up the door here for Robinson. And he decided not to walk through that door. Scrappy affair. Starting to miss left and right. Utilize. Yeah, just make sure you set it up to leave yourself a look. Didn't need to utilize the bowl there. And right now, trebles are like gold. Neither player's hitting them. Brandon needs 164 left, and he has 6 starts to do so. Take us to a last leg decider. Is he going to tee it up, or is he going to try and knock it down? He tried to knock it down.
39.
We'll come back with 25 with Robinson on 184. We'll see if only getting 2 darts to the double ends up hurting him at the end of the day, but not with that setup play from Robinson.
Jason Brandon looking to take us to a decider.
Double 8, pinned. 17 darter, and let's
going
go
all the way,
distance.
Sean Green.
Our first last leg decider on stream here in the Dart Connect Challenge. Event number 8 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Home of water and use guys.
Oh, but I love that town, and I love its people.
And I love its food.
Oh, boy, I can't wait to get my hands on a pretzel. Oh. The simple things in life, my friend. A good, crusty, but savory, buttery inside pretzel. Oh, good Lord. You're making me hungry.
You're making yourself hungry. I didn't say a single thing, except for I love the food. You're the one who's made it imagery. With your painting of the picture.
Got my eyes
your
closed
words.
and everything. I just want a Philly pretzel.
95.
95 from Brandon.
But if you're anywhere from D.C. up to Boston, up to Syracuse, come on down and join us in Philly for the Continental Cup. 2 awesome nights of darts action, Friday and Saturday night. So if you've never been to Philly before, you come on down and join us for the darts, and then Saturday during the day go see the Liberty Bell, Independence Hall, and I mean that sincerely.
Yep.
Amazing places to go see.
43.
Yeah, absolutely. History of our country is a lot of it's right there. Robinson on 305, going to start on the 20s. Kind of that newfangled way of going about it.
59.
Explain, please.
Well, it's one of those situations where you're almost, if you're shooting at the 18s, which was the known shot to do in the past, you're almost hoping that you miss the treble 18 on dart 1.
Okay, yeah, you were touching on this yesterday.
Because as soon as you hit the first treble 18, now you need 2 trebles to leave a finish. Whereas if you start on the 20s or on the bull, 2 treble 20s will leave a shot at the bullseye, or the 25 to leave a finish, and vice versa. It's 2 trebles versus 3 trebles needed.
Okay.
Without hoping for a miss.
140.
Great 140. Hey, we're chalk here at 106 in this last leg decider. Jason Brandon's going to get the first look. 86 left. 32.
74.
Jack Robinson has had this tee up of 106 3 times in the last match. 2 of the 3 times he hit a 1 first. And you see where he drags it there. Bullseye, though, to save it. Oh, and that would have completed the comeback.
25.
Is that the last
81?
start for weekend number 3 for Jack Robinson? One more dart.
24.
And little bit unbelievable for Brandon to miss those 3. Double 12's the shot. And double 12's pinned in the bottom corner, and the comeback is complete. Jack Robinson wins 5-4 over Southern Comfort Jason Brandon in a epic come-from-behind victory.
All the way back, 5 in a row for Jack Robinson, and yeah, Jason is sort of beside himself. You know,
That's the most frustration you're ever going to see out of that
I was just going to
gentleman.
cut exactly my take as well. We talk a lot about the great demeanor and Jason Brandon, but like exactly a head shake and a stern whooping internally is what you're going to get from Jason, and he'll still have a smile on his face, but he's going to be as annoyed as all get out that he doesn't have a matchup with Leonard Gates. But you know who does? Jack Robinson. So Jack moves into the last 16. You know, he's building on that quarterfinal that we saw yesterday.
Absolutely.
So, you know, quietly, you know, let's see, before we go, where was Jack in the standings coming in, if I can get this up and
Not high
running?
up. He was down there pretty low coming into this weekend. I don't have the updated standings from yesterday.
Okay, you know what? I know that they're updated. Yeah, good. We'll do that. So we'll get prepped for the match against Gates. We got Gates Robinson coming up next. We'll get an updated points list, which we should have had earlier. My bad. I spoke to the tournament director, Peter Cetera. So we'll grab our hands on that. Just I want to see what kind of movement Robinson's done. He's putting together himself, I think, a pretty good foundation season here. So I'll let my partner here set us up, and we'll go for a break.
Absolutely. Let us know on YouTube in the chat there who you have in this one. Is it Leonard Gates or is it Jack Robinson? And we're going to find out if you're right when we come back with more action from the Dart Connect Challenge right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdartstoday.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back to the Dart Connect Challenge.
Well, thank you, Jim, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to beautiful Chicago, Illinois for this board finals match of the Dart Connect Challenge. This match features Leonard Gates, Soldier, taking on Jack Robinson, who just had a great comeback. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by AE Anthony Eugenia. AE, this one, Jack struggled so far today, but anything can happen. He's averaged 90 before. He's taken out Alex Spellman, Jason Brandon. He's got to have a little bit of confidence and potential, not even having to be perfect to win.
No, Jack's gone through, but I think the chances are going to run out against Gates with, you know, the ability to make mistakes and not be punished for them. We watch Gates go a little, peek into the 100 averages, settle in a little bit, but we know how much Gates has in the locker, right? We know what sort of flair can go off with Gates. So I do think that for Robinson to advance here, he's got to button things up a bit, if you will.
He's had moments of great success on his scoring. He's had moments of great success on his doubles, but his setup play has really let him down so far today. That needs to be cleaned up because Soldier's not going to give you that many opportunities at a double. You've got to take as many opportunities as you possibly can with his scoring power. Yeah,
because Leonard is at the stage in his career where his B game has the ability to dispatch a lot of people in the field. So
I'm sure he will tell you that he's thrown a B game that's won him tournaments.
Without a doubt. And that's what champions learn how to do.
Or if you're Soldier, you don't even need to learn it. It just happens naturally the very first time you play in an event on the CDC. What a crazy fact at the end of the day. That might be one of the craziest.
Yeah, we looked up earlier. We're establishing some sort of all-time records and what people's histories are and how far back they've played. And Leonard Gates has been with us all the way back 2015, and we saw that the first event he walked into, event number 5 in St. Louis, he picked up the trophy.
Yep. And
he's gone on to win 8 more, and his all-time record, just in the circuit events, mind you, not our match play, not our Continental Cup. When he gets to a final, he's 9-6 all time. So it's a good on the plus side winning record. Overall tied with amount of wins with Larry Butler with 9. So those 100. Are your leaders, right?
And he is one back of making as many finals as Darren Young, has 16 total finals appearances.
So Gates at 9-6 has made 14 appearances in finals. Is it 15? 15. See, I'm doing my math wrong. I thought it was 14. My bad.
Hey, trust me, it happens to the worst of us like me when it comes to math, and to the best of us like yourself.
So as Sean said, the player that's made the most circuit finals is Darren Young.
Double 15. Pinned shot for Leonard Gates, who is very used to that double 15 as a soft tip player too.
And David Cameron, that we've seen just in a final last night, is sort of like in the mix in that top echelon of players 81. With an 8-4 circuit event finals win.
We actually did this. The crazy impressive stat that's probably never going to get beat is the 90% win rate in a final for a circuit event. Larry Butler, 90%, 9-1. And to just put that in perspective, Leonard Gates would have 70. To never lose another final and rattle off a total of 56 wins. He'd have to be 56-6 in order to be at 90% win rate.
No way. I didn't realize it was that extensive. I knew it had to be a big number. That's lunacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, to give him his props, Larry Butler opened up in the first couple of years here, 8-0 in finals. So it was pretty much, not pretty much, it was a guarantee if Larry made a final, and then he dropped one, I believe, to Chuck Bulio, and then went a couple of years and then beat Danny Baggish 2 years ago in Indianapolis. So his all-time record of 9-1. So Gates has matched the amount of wins, but boy, oh boy, that win percentage is, I hazard to say, will never be touched.
Soldiers scoring
60,
letting him down so far. He's up 1-0 on Robinson. But Robinson out shooting right now. But this is where he's lacked when he's had to set up in these very pivotal moments.
100,
especially in professional events and CDC events like this, where setup play and timing can really be the difference in everything. He's
100.
not done that very well. 84 left. Soldier on 161. 14 or treble. Bullseye.
59.
And this would be a devastating start for Robinson and a fantastic start for Soldier. It's on.
137.
He'll come back with 24. Uh-oh. 22. That was not what he was looking to do. And he
14.
Goes inside. Sometimes when that miss on the single to leave the double happens and you're not expecting it, it can really affect the psyche. As it does right there, Leonard Gates breaks the throw, and he's up 2-0.
And those are the moments that we were talking about, right? Those are the just messy little moments that playing against Leonard Gates, you're not going to get away with often. You may get a peek back, but more often than not, Gates is going to punish you, and that's what he did with the first dart double 12. We brought up, speaking of Larry Butler, in relation to all of the winning and stuff, and so speaking 66. Of the man, he just came through a epic 6-5 battle against Gary Mawson that we saw last night a little bit.
40.
Butler averaging 88, Mawson averaging 92, and they went the distance. So we're going to see Butler next So Butler moves into a match with, just
100.
coming across the wire, Steve Warnock. Steve Warnock just took out the number 2,
Wow.
David Cameron. So you're going to see Warnock
45.
and Butler up next on our feature board.
How about that? The number 1 seed is out. The number 2 seed is out. 3 seeds still
140.
in this thing. The 4 seed is battling right now. 5 is out.
Yeah, give me updates.
6 is out.
93.
Oh, boy.
7 is out.
8 withdrew, so
Yep.
we know that.
The-
Baggage.
The 9 is battling right now with Anthony Romero. Romero's up 3-1 on Doug Bain.
61.
Okay.
We just heard from Butler still in. Womack is still in. He defeated Jim Long. Joey Linall is out, the 12 seed.
43.
Brandon, we just saw lose the 13 seed. JT Davis was a
Withdrew.
withdrawal. Warnock, you just called
Yep.
that one over Cameron. And then McMillan is out. So on this Sunday, a lot of the heavy seeds falling earlier than they
56.
definitely wanted to. And if there's anyone who's happier about that than most, it's Alex Spellman, who's trying to, at the halfway
97.
point, kind of turn around his season.
Game shot.
Great darts from Robinson. 17 dart break for Jack, and he now takes a turn to tie this bad boy right on up. We're back on throw. First to 6 here in this last 16 bout. AE. Board final is a good one. We expected
45.
Soldier to be here as the 4 seed.
Mhm.
Jack Robinson trying just to build the momentum of a great weekend.
Yeah, early. We're waiting on the
60.
official list, but early reports are coming into today. Yeah, Robinson had moved himself up to 17th in the rankings. So top 16 head to the Continental Cup. So
83.
He's setting himself up nicely for the second half of this season to potentially be that outside. And we talk about it every season. There's that guy who surprises.
Sure.
It could be
95.
Jack Robinson.
And that's, that's 17th position, not counting the, right now at a minimum, last 16 points. So still to be determined. So, yeah, absolutely. Like you said,
180.
that's a 180 for Jack E. Robinson. As we take the turn into the
97.
second half, poised to make the big tour championship at the end of the season.
And on the reverse side of this, Soldier, Leonard Gates, is trying to stay in touching
59.
distance of Stowe Bunce, who won last night for a second tour victory this season. So means a lot to both players here in this last 16 battle.
140.
And if there is a player that would absolutely utilize that automatic stage 2 of Q School and be a dominant force and a dangerous force, that's going to be Leonard Gates.
Yeah, you're certainly right there.
94.
109 left for Leonard Gates.
Yeah, everybody's got a different take on it, and some players would jump at it.
Game shot.
109 for Leonard Gates in leg number 4. And it's a break, a throw.
And he will do-si-do. The man from Houston.
It just
Who
keeps coming.
dances on that stage left and right. You know
180.
he can do it.
That's a 180 for LG Leonard Gates.
The man who ended up with a dart nickname
85.
Soldier, even though he had the absolute best baseball nickname of Gator. And you will catch him as he goes 5
125.
perfect, but we're not going to worry about that last little guy. You'll catch him. Come on, Gator.
Come on, Gator. And he still plays a little ball. I think he still plays semi-pro ball.
59.
Is he still getting out there? And
Oh
playing?
yeah. Oh no. I
My
mean,
goodness.
on a serious team, you know,
I get
whatever
it.
that appropriate, like I said, like a semi-pro team. And then he'll go on Facebook
60.
Live, throw it on the batting cages, and take a couple cuts. And I'm a sucker for batting cage, so why am I sitting there watching a grown man take hacks? But it's just soothing to me.
And listen, he's a senior
137.
tour participant. It means he's over the age of 50. He's 52. He looks like he's 27 on a good day, on a bad day.
60.
And for him to still get out there and play semi-professional baseball over the age of 50, that tells you the longevity there. He does fight those aches and pains from
Boys
time
are
to time now.
cooking.
135.
Yeah, they're heating up. Double 8 for 15. Will he come back?
72.
I don't know where that last dart was for. I don't know. It was a wayward sort of dart. He couldn't really be going for that double, could he?
No. It was just setup play. 75, 25 for Bull. That was the look. And
45.
again, annoyed because he had 85. The setup play doesn't even get a look at the double. And
Game
Soldier pins double 2 for a 4-1 lead. I love that we get
100.
the behind-the-scenes side of Leonard Gates, where we have, those typical subjects that are going to come over and knock on our window and
140.
make faces at us and everything like that. The very first person to do it this weekend, Soldier. His better half, Ginger, actually has become a very strong, valued
60.
member of the Indianapolis dart community. She's working in Indy currently. And so,
like traveling
Yep.
profession? I got you.
140.
Okay.
So I've gotten to know Ginger a
That's
lot
cool.
better. It's really, she's absolutely fantastic, and the
Well, I
support
didn't
system
know
that he
she
has is
played
wonderful.
at first.
Oh,
When
yeah.
I first met her in New York,
140.
and then
Yep.
knew of her and stuff. Okay, she's in the universe and
She's
stuff.
a good player too.
And then I saw her on a stream, and I was like, wait a minute,
43.
I know her. Thank you, Mr. Sotero. We've got the updated tour points list after yesterday's action. So we'll digest that in a second.
139.
Great setup, even with the miss of the 177. Soldier back on 178. This is just for a hole to throw, but it's a necessary
140.
one after the breaks that have happened. First to 6 legs, must-win leg. And it might only be one dart at a double. It's going to be, as that's 33 to leave 29.
29.
Soldier's on 38. And again, that setup play. One dart at 24. He likes that double. And he pins the double
Game
12.
shot.
He needed that. That was a necessary double.
Do or die for Jack Robinson in leg 6. Steps up and holds his throw.
Hey, now that we have this in front of us, give me a little rundown on some
97.
close storylines.
Let's
some
take a
further
look.
away
Yeah,
storylines.
as anticipated. Cameron, even though he fell to bunch yesterday, keeps that one spot. This is over on the tour points, just involving the 7 events that we've
95.
played this year. Okay, so this doesn't involve seeding. So based on the 7 events, Cameron and Bunce on the top there. Cameron with 68 points, Bunce
60.
with 58. And then just as you were sort of setting the table, your instincts were right about heading into this game. I didn't think Gates was that close, but Gates is in 3rd with 51. Jim
96.
Long, based on his win yesterday, moves up to 4. So big impactful win for Jim yesterday at 44 points. Jacob Taylor, 42.
140.
Gary Mawson, 42. Jeff Smith, 35. And Adam Savada, 34. That's your top 8. And then we'll go in and dig around at the rest. So,
And just to point out really quickly how
100.
missing an event weekend can actually hurt a lot. Jeff Smith was the 4 coming into this, now dropped down to the 7. Danny Baggish was the 7, now drops down to the 10 heading into just this event. So that's going to
140.
potentially become a little bit different and a little bit further extended.
So a couple of things that we're looking at. The top 16, as we've said numerous times, but the top 16 qualify for the Continental Cup. So that's a seeded event, so to be 1 to 16 in a bracket.
Soldier here, 64 left. He's going to get one dart at double 12 for a 15 darter and a 5-2 lead. It's not going to hit. So Robinson, again, a chance to break the throw. He wants 2 darts and a double, and he gets it. Double 8. Must go. And you can see what it felt like for him to miss it.
Those are the exact moments we talked about. But in all fairness to Jack, I mean, he's brought his average up, come up a little bit. And Gates is,
game shot.
Gates takes it there. But in all fairness, I mean, Gates' average is not where we know Gates is hanging around these days. And so these are big opportunities for Robinson that he's just not taken.
Soldier's been fantastic on the doubles up to that moment. He took 4 at that time. He was 3 for 3, perfect in those first 3 victory legs for him. So it's the scoring power that's down a little bit, and it's the finishing that's saving him right now.
100.
He's now 5 for 10 on the doubles with 50%. Jack Robinson 2 for 7.
But that's inherently going to be the difference between the 4 and an unseeded, a 9-time winner and a yet 41. To someday winner. Those are those differences, that little bit of finishing and knowing when to put things away. So quickly on those points, we talked about it. So top 16, the players are looking to make the Tour Finals Championship, well over $10,000 in there, the prestige of being a Continental Cup champion, right? And then, everybody likes the little bells and whistles on top. You win the Continental Cup. This year, you're going to go to the Grand Slam, and you're guaranteed a spot next year in the U.S. Masters, right? So that's where these players are trying to get into that top 16. You've got a lot of other stuff with your tour cards on retaining. Me and Sean will get it later in the summer. At the top of it, the PDC World Championship, you've got the highest-ranked player on the U.S. side, highest-ranked player on the Canadian side. So right now that would be Bunce and Cameron, right? Then we've got an additional spot. So the next highest-ranked player right now, that would be one Leonard Gates in front of you that would go to the World Championship. So that's why, we're paying attention to the top handful of players, and then as we move down, who's making the Continental Cup.
40.
Again, another shot there for Robinson. He had 80 left, doesn't even get a look at tops or a double at all. And
96.
The 96 going to put just a scotch of pressure.
A scotch of pressure.
Is it awkward?
20.
Good-looking darts, good-looking setup darts, just overcompensated, and we talk about that psychological impact. He shook his head after the second.
And there's the match. That's how quickly those things can change. Leonard Gates, a 17 dart, break a throw there at the end, and it's almost a blink and you miss it. Soldier, an 87, playing 87, he wins it 6-2, and that is just what Soldier can do.
But before we go to commercial, we'll just quickly, where Jack Robinson, where having this good success has put him. He's legitimately, we talked about 17th in the rankings. Let's look at that hovering spot to see who he's competing against. Richardson 14th, Warnock 15th, guys that we're going to see. We're going to Lanaw 16th, Robinson 17th, Sean Mitchell coming out of New York City 18th, Rick Allred in the 19th position, and Dustin Holt 20th. So those are players right now. They're all jockeying to make it into that top 16.
Well, you just mentioned it, and we got 2 of those names that you kind of just mentioned there that are about to do battle here. Coming up next is going to be the quarterfinal between Steve Warnock and Larry Butler. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that and more from the Dart Connect Challenge right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hey everyone, I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator for this Dart Connect Challenge. And this is a quarterfinal match between the Eagle, Larry Butler, taking on the Sniper, Steve Warock. I want to welcome back my partner in comms, Anthony Eugenia, AE. I have a shocking fact for you, and that is that Steve Warock, the 15 seed, is making his first quarterfinal appearance since 2022 event number 4.
Really? That does surprise me a little bit.
I am very, color me shocked, honestly, because he has been great at taking out some big seeds and in some big moments, but...
Well, in all fairness, what the way I would analyze that quickly, just off the top of my head, is like, yeah, I bet we haven't seen Steve, like you said, from quarterfinals onward, but I would hazard a guess that he would very, very rarely get eliminated right away, right? So he's always 1 to 2 wins under his belt.
Yep.
That's why right where he is, the 15 seed in 15 seed coming into the weekend. I'm sure he would tell. Excuse me. He would tell you that his desire should be top 10.
Yep.
Maybe not where he should be, but those results are going to put him right in the mix. Always making the Continental Cup, making the cross border. And what we have seen from Steve, the biggest thing is when he's made those opportunities to make those big special events, he's been stellar. He's had wonderful performances in Continental Cups and cross borders.
Absolutely. A semifinal in the Cross Border Darts Challenge.
And look at that. The Sniper opens up with a maximum.
He went 4 into it before switching to the 19s. He decided to challenge himself in a different way. He thought, I hit 4 of these in a row. Might as well switch.
That's enough of that.
And here is the Eagle, Larry Butler, 1994 match play champion. You can go on and on and on about the accolades from that gentleman.
Well, and we did a little earlier, just on his CDC accolades, you know. All-time circuit event finals, he's got an astounding record of 9 wins and only 1 loss, you know, and that included an opening run of 8-0, and he was the inaugural Continental Cup champion way back in 2015, 10 years ago now. St. Louis, Missouri raised the first Continental Cup trophy.
And again, to put that number in perspective for you in a different way, David Cameron would have to win the next 24 finals in a row without any losses to match a 90% win rate.
That's just sick.
Warock kind of stumbling here at this point. So the Eagle, treble 20, would have left the bull. He went to the bullseye anyway to leave 65. Warock back on 143, an outside look for the sniper. So 54 left. Tops for Butler. Doesn't pin it. So Warock, now a great opportunity for 2 darts at a double to break the throw. Double 16. Pins double 16. 1 for 1 on the doubles, and Warock takes a 1-0 lead over the Eagle, Larry Butler. Let's get
welcome. I was going to just welcome everybody in. I'm keeping tabs on the YouTube chat and the Facebook chat, and glad that you're joining us today. And make sure you like and share all our social media pages on Facebook and X, Instagram, TikTok. You can find it at Champ Darts, and you can find us on YouTube as well. Subscribe to the page and hit the notification bell, and you'll get heads up when we're going to go live on our weekends and our podcasts.
Absolutely. And let's give some insider information here real quick. AE, these dart players, when it's a game of millimeters, really love the feel of their darts, the way that they're landing the board. And if they could, they're going to use the same set of darts the entire time without switching whatsoever. And then sometimes the dart gods,
unless something happens,
like to just every once in a while just show up and say, I don't think so. And in this case, Larry Butler was warming up before heading on over here to the streaming board and snapped off one of his points inside the dart barrel, which he can fix but not here on site. So he has gone to a backup set that's going to have a different grip, wear and tear pattern all together. And in an event where he's made a quarterfinal and had a lot of success with his other darts, that's a mental thing as much as it is a physical.
Absolutely, and I see you have a souvenir in your hand that said point. Now, all right, of course, it's going to open up a can of worms in a conversation with me, so settle in, everybody.
Well, let's settle in here for Warock real quick.
Ooh.
Nice
Well,
137.
Wouldn't that, we talked yesterday about the famous incident earlier this year with Callan Ridge, who snapped off similar thing, snapped off a point in the board, and then had to play the next couple of, actually pretty much the next leg with 2 darts in a PDC Pro event, right? So, not to make it so negative about him per se, but, you see other players do this as well. Like, you wonder why a top player doesn't have backup darts, right?
Absolutely.
Or what I've heard, like when you talked about the wear patterns, and that's pretty interesting to me, actually, and, I get that. So let's look at Warock try and hold his throw here in leg 2.
Yeah, this would solidify the break of throw in leg number 1. Double 10.
as a former player, I know it's easier said than done. I know it's our players. It's creatures of habit, and you want comfort zones, and like you said, darts that feel the same. Bullseye. Oh, for Butler.
That would have been a huge break right back. It would have really punished the missed 3 darts at the double for Warock.
A good-looking dart. Yep, that's in. That's in, Steve. You got the second leg. 2-0 to the sniper. And, to your point, which is real valid, to, anytime an equipment change, throw somebody, Larry's playing solid.
Yeah.
I don't think so far they're pretty on par. Just Warock has just been what's the term we like? Not smidge?
Yes, a smidge better.
A smidge better.
Yeah. I love the side profile look. I want to look at Larry's throw here because it looks like he just tries to reach the dart towards the dartboard on his father. It's like he's trying to catch the dart in his hand.
Which he just did. I can't believe that just happened.
I know it looks snatchy from the front from time to time, but it's really just a shoulder just extending out all the way.
Well, I think we may have just caught a little more to really what Sean's great reporting is showing us that wasn't normal sort of transition stuff. That was, I think, a set that he's in the middle of a tournament, so he just went a couple of rounds with one set. He was trying to find those spots like you talked about, those wear patterns, those things where you don't have to look at the barrel, you just feel it, right? Eyes on target, and you pick up your weapon of choice. But the answer to that, I've been trying. It's a long road to get there.
Good.
I heard players. I think some of the top players. I don't know. Let me not pick one. But instead of playing with a set, play with 9 darts and in practice, right? So they all start to get worn down. You have a multiple of darts to choose from. They're all in the case, right? So if one breaks, you've got a 6, 9 choices,
Absolutely.
right? And so they all get worn down. But again, like I said, I do admit, that from a player's perspective, you sort of you just want this one reliable set that you get used to.
Right, and I was told that the set that the tip broke off of was a much newer set of darts. So the grip pattern and things like that, much more
not as set, maybe?
Or a little bit more grabby, a little bit grip there. And, a brand new set always feels so wonderful in your hand. Versus one that has just a little bit more wear to it, though it's...
And the dart shops love that because, those 140s and 180s, and it's like, yeah, I'll take this. And I don't know what happens when you enter, you cross the threshold in your own home, and it's like, 26? That's not what I purchased.
Yeah, it's a frustration. Utilizing the ball beautifully there for Warock. The 25 would have left a 167. Instead, he leaves the 142. Butler. Eagles do like to catch big fish, but he doesn't do it there. Does come back with 74 if Warock misses this 142. But this would be a devastating shot. Not going to happen. Tried to go treble 17 for tops. Early in this match, this is a bit of a settler here for Butler. If you can get this to go, especially in 32. Pins the double 16 on dart 3, and Larry Butler makes it a 2-1 scoreline. He's only a break a throw down now. The sniper, I called a giant killer a couple years ago because I believe that there were 3 matches in a row against Leonard Gates, and he took out Gates in each one of those in the top 64 or top 32 because they were the 1 and 16 seeds, so they met each other all 3 events. And each one of those, we're not bested soldier there. So I believe he's also bested soldier in a cross-border darts challenge match.
As I said, him, always comes to mind himself and Keith Way, members of 2-time Nations Cup winners, Canadian teams that really stepped up in the moment and
were big parts of the success of the Canadians.
Absolutely. Well, you see that a lot in sports. What ultimately comes to be the difference maker in the deciding is, like, the stars are stars, and the stars are usually stars, but they sometimes cancel out, right?
Yep.
So the players, and so it's who on the other parts of the roster can live up to the moment.
A lot of times in doubles formats, right? You always have that A player as the number one player, and it always seems to be which B player is better on that given day.
Indeed. A cancels out A, so which side, which of the B side, B, C, what have you.
Is that B player is going to be just a little bit more inconsistent? Is that B player going to throw an A game, or are they going to throw a C game? Well, they're on 197. Huge opportunity to break, to get that necessary break that he's going to need. 77 scored and go back up to leave a steady 100 when he returns. Warock needs at least 2 trebles and realistically needs 3 to put pressure. So here we go, Larry Butler. 100 left to tie it up. I like that he tried to land 2 on the top branch.
Gotta take a crack.
He'll be back for tops.
It's just so much more acceptable today. The choices and the thoughts and the principles of, size of targets and all that good kind of stuff.
And Larry Butler does pin tops. And
go ahead.
It's great to in one of those different ways. The reason why someone like Larry Butler has the success that he continues to have for as long as he has is that he's also taking that new age approach to things where I guarantee you back in his day early on, if you were going double-double, you're getting punched in the face if you hit that.
I was going to use the word excoriated, meaning if you missed that first one and it was 0 points, you would get excoriated. They'd kill you because they couldn't comprehend why, what the risk reward of it was, right? So, like if you went high and it was, and you didn't even get that single 20 out of it, it was, oh my goodness, you did the worst thing in the world.
And it would become a show-off shot to try and go double-double at some point, trying to show me up. And you'll see it still at this point with.
I mean, it still is a little bit, but again, there's more acceptance to the validity of it. And that's a 180 from the sniper, Steve Warock.
Larger target. And that's really at the end of the day.
That's what I'm saying, exactly. I've got 76 left with 2 darts, or 72. It was an absolutely verboten no.
Yep.
Like, I was going to say 20 years ago, but geez, even longer.
And then now it's extended out to Jose de Souza doing something so crazy with tops on 120 that it actually broke the voice of the commentator in the middle of the match, Wayne Martle. He actually had to be replaced mid-match.
I remember.
And lost his voice for 3 complete weeks just because Jose de Souza goes tops on 120.
Yeah, that used to those were the things that were used to be reserved for exhibitions. Yeah, these players, if you think that they're good here when we watch them in competition, this is under pressure and they still perform. The amazing things that top dart players can do when it's all for fun, when they're at home practicing or it's at an exhibition, it's astounding. It makes things so much fun. But exactly, those were the things that they would used to reserve just for an exhibition, to hit three doubles for an out and all that kind of stuff. And it's crept its way onto the stage.
Absolutely. And even to some of our Americans, as double 13 does not go there. We saw it, one of the famous clips from an online league match with Stowe Bunce. He goes double one, double one, double one with 6 left.
Sure.
To win the match against Robbie Phillips as Larry Butler takes out 98-2 to take the lead 3-2 now.
Storm back 3 in a row for Butler.
He's halfway to that finish line. 3 on the spin for the legend. Yeah, just great stuff all around. We could talk about that for days. But my favorite story of an exhibition here in the United States in Philadelphia was Damon Hedda coming over and playing a gentleman where he threw a 15-darter, did Damon Hedda, to win that leg, and he threw every dart backwards to start off with. They did a flip in the air every time, and he threw a 15-darter.
It landed.
Yep.
Well, it landed point in the board,
Point
but
in
it
the board.
started flight towards the
Flight
board.
towards the board.
Got it. Okay. So that's his little shtick. And I mean that respectfully because
Yep.
a lot of them all have a little something.
And
you brought up Wayne Martle.
Yep.
He spits a dart like between his teeth, and then poof, he can hit a double like a blow dart. Players will. Eric Bristow used to throw from his knees. He'd beat you from his knees, and players will play it. Paul Nicholson, I've seen throw from it on a chair.
Yep.
Oh.
And now you see a lot of the PDC little mini videos they put out with the 9-dart challenge where they will spin a wheel, and for the 3 darts they have to do one of those different trick shots.
Jeff Springer, after a layoff, waiting for the bracket to catch up to him, he's out to a 4-0 lead on Doug Boehm on the quarterfinal being played on Stream 2.
Jeff Springer really likes Chicago. That is becoming more and more obvious, and it's not even on just his birthday weekend. That magic is real.
Another game that came and went in a flash. Leonard Gates, Adam Savada, both throw 92 averages, but Gates gets him in a big way, 6-2.
Man, Savada continues to just average these great averages and just continues not to make semifinals. That breakthrough is going to happen, and when it does, he's going to be a multi-tour winner really quick. But it's got to happen first, and the 3 seed and the 4 seed, the first semifinalists. Spellman over Womack 6-3. Warock kind of punted it there. Butler can put a lot of pressure. Needs a big treble. Not a little treble. And that was a little treble. 130 for Warock. Only needs 1 treble. Not anymore. Now it's just a setup play. $26.44 his last 6 darts, AE.
That's not going to get you to the semifinals.
No, and especially not against someone of the caliber of player as Larry Butler. Because even still, it might only be 1 dart at the bowl. Gotta stay.
And that's what it's going to... Oh, so 72.
Double 7. And the setup play, the 26-44, might come back to cost him. Goes the 16 routes and misses the big number, so now it might only be 1 out of the double here. It is bullseye. And he pins the bullseye, does Larry Butler.
That's in, young man.
Jack Robinson's like, oh, that was a great shot. He got it. Good job. And he now takes a 4-2 lead. 4 on the spin for the Eagle. And AE, you can never count out Larry Butler on a Sunday. In a CDC weekend.
You cannot, everybody. No. Hidden gem, not only is that record of 9-1 spectacular, but again, another thing I need to go into the weeds, but I think 7 of the wins were all on Sundays.
That's so incredible.
I completely bringing it home. from his first one against DJ Sayer in 2015 in Miamisburg to his last one, or his latest one, 2 years ago against Danny Baggish in Brownsburg.
Yep.
Ohio Bergs do well for Larry Butler.
He's trying to add Chicago to that list of great Sunday finishes. Currently up 4-2 on Steve Warnock.
So we've got 2 players booked in the semis, and they're both awaiting opponents. Top half of the bracket, Leonard Gates, the 4 seed, awaits the winner of Springer and Boehm.
4-1 currently. Jeff Springer over Doug Boehm.
Okay, thank you. So we will get that match. So we will get Gates against potentially Springer at the moment. Bottom of the bracket, Alex Spellman, the 3 seed. He's waiting the winner of the match that we're currently watching, Warnock and Butler, and that will be available on Stream 2. So both semifinal games will be available to see live.
Another one of those. And he throws that second one a little bit high. So Shanghai for Larry Butler for a 5-2 lead. Needs the treble. Right over top. Oh, did not stack.
18s? I mean, I was thinking 16s for 80.
Yep. 72 left for Warnock. Going to look at the 16s here.
24 left. Double 6.
And the wire width away from a huge break right back.
Just a smidge. It's been the smidge.
Double 10. And it's in for Larry Butler. A 5-2 lead now on the sniper. He's going to have to start hitting his target if he wants to dispatch the Eagle.
Larry Butler just continues to astound. Just continues to perform at such a great level.
Started out down 2-0. Now 5 on the spin gives him this 5-2 lead. And the momentum has just shifted 100,000 degrees in the opposite direction here in favor of Butler. Let me run through. I know we have some of our stats people behind the scenes that hates when I go to the hundredths of a decimal point on averages, but I just need to tell you the quarterfinals averages. Leonard Gates and Alex Spellman, the 2 winners, averaged respectively 91.90 and a 91.95. Adam Savada and Jacob Womack, the losing efforts on both those sides, averaged a 92.61 and a 92.40.
Some pretty good stuff.
That is about as consistent as it gets as far as 2 quarterfinals can go. 6-2, 6-3. And right now, Larry Butler is trying to add to the legend.
And neither of them on stream. That's how good the quality is here at CDC.
Absolutely.
Those were floor matches.
Warnock has to start finding the weight of the dart right now if he wants to stay in this match. But it might already be too late. 2 troubles here is huge. And he does pin 2 troubles. 140 to leave 120 for Butler. That will be for the match. And Warnock's going to be annoyed by the way he played in this quarterfinal if it does fall the way of Butler. But he's going to have to build on the fact that it's first quarterfinal in a couple years. Larry will be back with 60. Who would Larry be playing in the semi?
Alex Spellman.
Ooh. Double 10 for the win. Will he return?
Alex is still with Galaxy, right?
Yep.
I think so, right? So
Two
a
teammates.
Galaxy matchup there. I wonder who, one of the heads of Galaxy might pull for. I don't know.
Oh, I know. We know who we
Let's leave that alone. That was a great response.
Thank you.
That's it.
You
that
get
was
it.
perfect.
You get it. So, double 5 for Larry, going straight at it and hits it. Larry Butler makes a semifinal here on a Sunday, 1st to 6, and he didn't even know if it was over yet. 80 average.
He's ready for the best of 13s.
And he's going to get there, too. Larry Butler, Alex Spellman, your first semifinal confirmed.
Yep, that will be played over on Stream 2, on Channel 2 on PDC TV or Facebook. And all right, what's the status? We've got one game in play over on.
Yeah, the Stinger currently up 5-2 on no-name Doug Boehm in that last quarterfinal. So maybe it'll be the Stinger taking on Gates.
Yeah, right, because we'll see that here. We'll see Leonard Gates playing the winner over there. So what do we say, Sean? Do we want to step away, or do you want to?
Let's come back with a rundown of where we're at.
Let's hold on before
Are we right there?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Only for the remainder of this leg. It's 5-2 with Springer. Yep, good. We're going to get it up there. If Springer does, let's say, if Boehm stays in the match, then we'll step away so we can get production to take a break and reset. But
we're gonna
if
stay
Springer
here for this.
puts it away,
This works for us. Just on the outside of the double 7, that might be the last dart thrown by Doug Boehm in this tournament. I like the aggressive first dart. It's going to be double 1.
That's it. Cut to the chase.
And 2 match darts missed for Springer that we know of. And Doug smiles in the double 7.
Okay.
Gives a little extra, too. I don't know if you saw that.
Yep. So we'll take a break because potentially, I mean, in fairness to Doug, I mean, this could go another 4 legs, right? So we'll just bear with us, folks. We're going to have to let this match finish and then have the winner take a break. So we'll probably see you back in 7-ish minutes.
Something like that. And in the meantime, head on over to Facebook or PDC.TV for that Board 2 stream to see the conclusion of that if you are inclined to do so. We'll be right back with more from the Dart Connect Challenge right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
welcome back to the Dart Connect Challenge.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Chicago, Illinois for the semifinal bout in the Octagon of the 2024 Dart Connect Challenge. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by my partner in comms this weekend, Anthony Eugenia. AE, this is a match Dart fans should be salivating over.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely wonderful. I mean, Gates always delivers, and Springer has stayed hot after his birthday weekend here last time in Chicago. Like you said, he's quickly becoming a big fan of this town.
And you just got a glimpse of the other semifinal bout going on currently. Alex Spellman, the number 3 seed, and making his first semifinal on tour this season, taking on the Eagle, Larry Butler, looking for another Sunday charge for the Eagle. That was the great Jeff Good giving the match call. Who took time
59.
away from his job as head roadie, I'm sure, in the other room to walk over, do the match call, and now he's going to go right back over there to continue to sweat and work as hard as anyone I've ever seen work in my entire life.
It's breakdown time, so while we're all enjoying matches, our great staff are packing up dartboards and surrounds
95.
and lights and the standards the big metal standards that they play on, and
it's one of those
70
behind the scenes things that it's almost a little bit like Superman, right? You start off as a commentator for the weekend, and then as soon as everything's over, you take off the cape and you put on the roadie crew outfit
81.
and you go to work. I wouldn't have it any other way.
And as heavy as that sounds, this road show, that's almost become the easy part. The tournaments have.
100.
There's another 3 hours plus of production to break down the set that these guys are playing on, and all of the wires need to be, carefully.
108.
That's a 180. Who do we got up there? Jimmy Butler.
James Butler stepping up there to give the 180 call. And
95.
I told him he could give it a little bit for the 180, and
give a man an inch, the man will take a mile.
And how about that 14 dart hole to throw for Springer?
To throw first.
And we're off and running here in semifinal number 1, the one that we're going to see on stream number 1.
Yeah, I'm sure Springer in his bones feels like it's time for a title.
He's been chomping at the bit, playing
100.
fantastic darts, consistent darts, not just this weekend, but we're talking overall on tour this season.
85.
It's the best that we've seen out of him. Right now, currently 9th overall on average on tour this season.
60.
And he's doing a lot of great work and getting close. He's already had a final. Now just trying to break all the way through.
59.
He has played Leonard Gates a couple times. 1-1 score line between the two of them. The last time was in 2022. So I think arguably both players are much different
60.
players at this point in time than they were back
Yeah.
then.
Different points of development.
Now, Jeff has won some of our
91.
CDC Summer Series events. So he has won events that we've done before, but this will be his first event.
Yeah, circuit event proper. Yep.
Gates on 135. Well, 85 left. Double 15. Tops for the 135 checkout.
115.
Will Soldier come back? I'm wrong, aren't I? Double 12. Oh.
29.
How did you know that?
Does he have runner-ups?
He's got
shot
a
the second leg.
runner-ups.
Gates.
boatload of runner-ups.
Okay.
Third
That's
leg, Jeff to throw first.
Actually,
my
he,
fault.
Actually, he in a way, quote unquote, won the summer series last year, and the award was a full sponsorship this year.
101.
That actually might have been what I was thinking
That's
about.
exactly. So it's kind of like he made enough. Like he played the best over the course of the entire summer series, but yet
85.
didn't win an event.
Thanks for giving me that bailout, AE. I appreciate it.
So your summer series champ,
There you go.
Jeff Springer, the Stinger.
Lives on the West Coast in
140.
Washington. Part of the Dart Players Northwest, if I'm not mistaken.
That he is. I
96.
believe he just won the grand final.
So there you go. So we mentioned in form, Jeff Springer.
Want to welcome everybody in our chat. We've got people in the UK and the Netherlands
58.
and obviously North America, US and Canada. And welcome in everybody. We are down to the nitty gritty in the Dart Connect Challenge.
66.
Leonard Gage, Jeff Springer. Springer, one of those unseeded players that is a shocking unseeded player for a draw, and you're seeing him
145.
utilize that bull proper. Tried to hit the 170 to leave 32.
57.
And he is going to jump out to a 2-0 lead unless or 2-1 lead unless something crazy happens.
Game shot in the third leg. Jeff
Nothing
Springer.
crazy so far. 15
leg
dart
winner to
hole to
throw
throw for
first.
Springer.
All solidness, from
140.
both parties. Solid scoring, some good-looking doubles.
One of those,
What you would expect.
absolutely one of those matches that Leonard Gates is
81.
fine playing in, and I say that because Leonard Gates is fine playing in any type of match because he really does match his opponent step for step when he needs to.
97.
And if you have an even average to Leonard Gage, chances are you lost by a lot in that match.
But I mean, also in your point that, players like, Leonard
66.
Gates and Larry Butler and Gary Mawson and John Part and Darren Young and, they've seen these scenarios because they've been in these high-pressure matches,
100.
competitive matches, dozens and dozens of times, if not into the triple digits, and that just you learn
100.
to live in that zone.
Absolutely. Breaking through makes the next time way easier. Soldier did not have to look at
81.
the 164 in the typical way with Springer back on 254. But let's talk real quick about something very interesting to me in this tournament. Leonard Gates is known for being a power
115.
scorer. He hits 180s with the best of them. He hits 140s with the best of them.
Game
Bullseye.
shot.
He hits the
Leg winner.
bullseye with the best of them for Leonard Gates.
Jeff to throw first.
And in this tournament, he's in the semifinal without his A game when it comes to scoring.
95.
His first 9 average is only an 88, and his tournament average is an 87. So how is he making up for it, AE? And the answer is his
45.
checkout turn percentage is 54% heading into this, which means that every chance he's at 170, 164, 161, 158, or below
78.
with 1, 2, or 3 darts, or with able to take it out, he's taking it out 54% of the time. That's nuts.
140.
So more than half the time he gets that look. He's not going past a 50-50
Absolutely.
chance. Now give some perspective. The next say 2 players on that list.
100.
Alex Bowman's at 50%, which is still way above average, and then 44% is the drop down to the third place.
And then a big drop into the 30s. I
100.
think.
Yep. So we saw that out of how Gary Mawson won
Mm-hmm.
in event number 3 here in Chicago.
100.
And if Soldier continues to finish that way and then starts scoring the way we know he can, He could be
100.
an unstoppable force.
Yeah, when it's no more than a 2-turn chance to take it out, it's incredibly deadly.
Great.
88.
Great shot there from Springer to leave tops. But will he get a look? One of those opportunities is right now. Tops
Game
pins it
shot.
for the
Hit flag,
116
winner gets.
checkout.
Just to your point, right? So that's classified. That's one turn, right? He had a out. He had one turn and he took it, right? So it's 100%.
Absolutely. He needed one opportunity to finish,
100.
to end up finishing. And that's what you're going to have to deal with in this with Leonard Gates today. It could be a 167. Technically, he has a 50% over a 50% chance that he's taking it out in a tournament.
Alex Spellman in our other semifinal moves ahead of Larry Butler 3 legs to
180.
1.
With a 101 average currently in that second semifinal. And look at this from Springer.
140.
Nice 140 from Jeff. Just staying exactly step for step with Soldier.
57.
And now is where we would like to create some separation from that. And he's not going to do that.
11.
Oh. Brutal turn.
60.
There was one opportunity for Gates. This would be the second one at 104. So odds are he takes out this 104.
It's exactly right. Yeah. Those are the numbers you were giving us, right? If we're talking straight up mathematical odds, says he takes it out.
Tops.
84.
But the math now
yeah.
says that right, and Springer can't take it out, right? So Gates doesn't go past this next turn.
So it should be 4-2 if
50.
averages are averages.
Game shot.
And he takes it out in 2. 17 dart hole to throw.
Staying on par.
Absolutely. Springer's still down only 1 break a throw here.
Now,
And
those were the things where, like, let's say, a betting company would be, laying odds on how many turns it, take Leonard Gates to. Like, a lot of it all comes down to mathematic odds and probability. And at this point, you feel
58.
pretty comfortable putting money up that it's not going to take him more than 2 turns to take it out.
Absolutely.
100.
Those last 2 legs was 50% because he was 1 for 1 in the first turn and then 1 for 3 in the second.
95.
And again, average-wise, Springer's right there with him, which is not where you want to be against Soldier. He'll beat you
140.
if you throw the same average as him. And a lot of times it's not a last leg decider when he does that.
60.
161 left for Gates. Just going to tee it up.
99.
We'll return with 62 with Springer back on 187.
96.
It's only going to be 1 dart. It's at 32. And of course he hits it. 62 checkout for Leonard Gates, and it's 5-2 scoreline, and that's another break a throw. That's a huge,
Leonard to throw first.
huge swing in this match to take that separation.
100.
The separation is about the same in our other semifinal AE. It's a 4-1 scoreline in favor of Alex Spellman so far.
Throwing a 103 average is Mr. Spellman.
140.
Not coincidentally, I don't know why it didn't totally
140.
connect the dots in my head, but the gentleman, you just laid out a stat on the efficiency, getting a look at outs, so on and so forth, how good Gates has been, but the guy that's been number
83.
2 is Alex Spellman on the other side of the bracket here.
Absolutely.
60.
And the brilliant thing from Springer today to get to this point is that he's had a lot of opportunities at checkout opportunities. So while he might be down in the percentage
60.
a little bit, he might not be making the most of his opportunities, but he's getting more than his opponents. But you're not going to do that when you're playing against Soldier,
137.
as you see right there.
Those opportunities are absolutely going to get minimized.
64 left from Soldier.
58.
This to take a 6-2 lead. It's going to be one dart. Double 16.
Game shot in the 8th
Pins
leg.
double
Leonard
16
Gates.
does Leonard Gates. He sets it
Ninth
up
leg,
and then he
Jeff
knocks it
Throw
down.
first.
6-2 lead. Averaging 95. Gates is 6 for
140.
9 on his doubles, a 66 percentage right now.
$140.
And his scoring's been fine. It's been nothing special. But he's still averaging 96 because of that amazing percentage that he's been showing.
There's 2 individuals still in the fight who may have something to say about this in
Yep.
Springer and Butler, but boy, oh boy, we
95.
have the look of a potential monumental clash in a final between Gates and Spellman.
96.
Yeah, number 3 versus number 4. Number 2 American versus number 3 American.
94.
And honestly, it would mean a lot more to Alex Spellman as far as the standings are going right now.
Mm-hmm.
Currently in 11th on the tour points list, whereas Gates,
5.
it means a lot to him too because he could jump Stowe Bunce for the number 1 American spot.
60.
But neither match is over yet, so those storylines don't even matter. Look at this from Springer.
140.
Nice 140, but Gates on 112. Trouble. 32. He's crazy.
80.
Oh, I mean, even he's had a shot at that every time, though, on those 3 figure-out shots. Springer dodges it. He's not going to be able to dodge it a second
Shot
time,
ninth
and he
leg,
does
Jeff
pin
Springer.
tops. A lot of work
10th
left in
leg,
store for the
Leonard
Stinger,
go
but
first.
he stops the train.
140.
Soldier still 60% on his
58.
doubles so far in this match. In fact, both
60.
both double percentages are pretty good. Springer 3 for 6, Gates 6 for 10.
140.
The difference has been opportunities, but Springer staying with Gates so far. This is a I'm not even going to say it's John Madden thing to say. He needs to break the throw
60.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Spellman makes it a 5-1 lead, still averaging
95.
over 100 in that other semifinal on board 2.
95.
95 for Soldier is going to give him the first look at a finish. What type of pressure can it be under? He needs to leave a finish.
81.
Great last start. And Gates pulls the first one, so 1-3-1 left.
54.
It's a 2-dart combination when he returns, if he returns. Springer needs to check out this 127. He should get a dart. at the bullseye. Oh my goodness, that was about as good a dart as you can throw without it going in. And it's going to be
76.
reprieve for Springer, who nodded his head after the 60 went in. But double 8.
On the 10th leg.
And don't win the first break of throw as it's now 6-4 AE.
Oh boy.
Leg, Jeff to throw first.
And Springer will be throwing to make it 6-5. He's only one break of throw down now. And he's finding that range.
180.
Because that's a 180 from Jeff Springer.
The stinger.
100.
Right back in it.
76.
Unfortunate 76 after the first dart in the treble 20.
So Spellman is dropped
100.
to a lowly 95 average, but he has increased his lead 6-1 ahead of Larry Butler. So with 160 points remaining
85.
and his next turn to book his place in the final.
Looks like the magic might be
140.
running out on the 9-time tour champion. Event champion, Larry Butler.
Game shot.
And how about a big
Jeff
160 from Jeff Springer for a 12 dart?
Left leg, Leonard to
Hold a
first.
throw with Gates on 161. And if you don't think he's feeling it now, I don't know what you're watching, but the momentum has shifted.
60.
Huge statement from Jeff Springer. And he lets the emotion overflow and gives you a fist pump to convey how much this semifinal means to him.
40.
And Jeff Springer, after the start of 60 from Gates, 140.
57.
2 trebleless visits from Leonard Gates. Jeff Springer has won 3 legs on the spin, and the momentum
140.
100% with them. 140, 140 to start off this leg against the throw.
$81. 58.
He's going to leave a bogey, but he tried to switch to leave a 2 treble, to leave a double, and just happened to miss it. So he does have 6 darts from 163 to break Leonard Gates and send us to a last leg decider.
$97.
Great 97.
$60.
Might only be 1 dart. Treble 10. No, he went the 14 route. I like it.
Game
And
shot.
tops. Let's go to a last leg decider here. Jeff Springer trying to reel it all the way back. He will throw for starting this last leg decider.
Going the distance here in Oak Brook Terrace.
And right
100.
back in the treble. And that is not the dart that Soldier wanted to throw first. But, of course, finds a way
140.
through for a 140.
$180.
That's a 180 for the stinger. Jeff Springer. Boy, oh boy, on the march.
Soldier's going to match it. Soldier matches it. Back-to-back 180s here in this last leg decider. I'm trying not to make sure they can hear me.
Alex Spellman has booked his spot, so he lurks and waits for the winner of this
45.
hotly contested semi.
Oh, that last dart might be absolutely massive. 6 darts for Gates now at 181. And he's going to set it up.
100.
Springer needs a big treble.
55.
Is the comeback going to fall short, 80? 2 darts at double 12.
Looks like it might.
69.
After all the work and talk about the doubling efficiency of Leonard Gates, the door is ajar for Jeff Springer.
And he tried the bullseye route. I don't hate it, but I don't know if
89.
it needed to be done there. Now he's got to hope for 3 darts missed from Soldier. Double 3.
Game shot.
And he hits the
Leonard
double
Gates.
3 in the last dart. Wow. Soldier started laughing loudly because that is a sigh of relief laugh.
The tension gets out from a competitive standpoint. Like, these guys love to be in matches like that. Of course, you want to be the one coming out on top, but the back and forth, did he take it out?
Of course he did.
He took it out. Just too little, too late for Jeff Springer. 2 threes is what it takes for Leonard Gates to dispatch Jeff Springer.
Wow.
Almost a legendary comeback from Jeff Springer, but Gates stands firm and books his spot in the Dart Connect Challenge final, where he will face one Alex Spellman.
I don't know about UAE. I need a break after that to regain myself. I know Soldier's going to need one. Alex is probably ready to go right this second, but we're going to take a short break, guys. When we come back, it'll be the final and conclusion of weekend number 3 here, the Dart Connect Challenge, right after this.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back to the Dart Connect Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Welcome back to Chicago, Illinois for the final of the Dart Connect Challenge. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by my partner in comms this weekend, Mr. Anthony Eugenia. AE, there is no better way to wrap up a great weekend of darts than with a great final, and that is exactly what we have here.
Aloha. Yes, I mean, for so many reasons, you know, their pedigree, their resumes, but flat out the form that they're in both today. Both coming off really intriguing semifinals. Gates played at a high level, compelling, went all the way against Springer. Spellman was well over 100 for a bit against Larry, right? Didn't he? Where did he finish? Probably high 90s.
Spellman finished that one with a 95.
95. But even more, you gave us a great look behind the numbers. Their efficiency this
100.
tournament in checking out, right?
Absolutely.
When they've both gotten looks at it, they're both above 50%. You know, so it's going to take them no more than 2 turns statistically
100.
to take a look out. So it's going to be really right. It's going to be you would expect this match to be a match of opportunities. Who
55.
can now? It goes back to the scoring, maybe, right? So who can get to that opportunity first? because logic would say they're both going to be able to cash in.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much separates the two of them. They both hit 29 doubles in this tournament. And Alex Bowman has 59 opportunities, and Leonard Gates has 57. So that's the difference between it's 2 opportunities difference. It's a 49% to a 51% in the checkout rate. So you're absolutely right. It goes to the scoring power. Who has the higher scoring power? The first line average of Alex Bowman is a 101. Leonard Gates is only a 93 so far today.
All right, so it felt to be minuscule there for a while in the conversation of a difference. That now tells me that you'd have to give 41. Spellman at least maybe a 60-40, right? Going into the match.
Now, momentum-wise, it's got to favor Gates hands down. Spellman is in his first final this season. Leonard Gates already has a title this season 73. And a finals appearance this weekend.
Yeah. And that feel and momentum of that Springer semifinal, goes up, playing well, 2 in the bed.
180.
3 in the bed, and that's a 180 for Soldier Leonard Gates.
Spellman 112. Needs the treble. Doesn't get it. So now he has to hope
88.
Soldier doesn't hit this double 10. Ooh, chasing it. And pins the double 5. 1 for 1 on that checkout opportunity. That's a 21 hole to throw, which is a gift that I don't think will be replicated.
140.
Currently, Leonard Gates third
45
on the standings with 51 points. A second place finish gets an extra 12. The win gets him 18 points. And Alex Bowman, he only has 31 points this season.
Mm-hmm.
The 18 points goes a
96.
long way into really turning around his year.
So Gates has got a lot of vested interest in getting this final under his belt.
100
to not only solidify his spot in that race for U.S. spot or that third extra spot, but to push off a very, as we all know, very dangerous Alex Spellman from being in contention
84.
for that when we still do have another 6 events on the circuit.
Yeah, we're just
85.
barely over the halfway point this year.
So there's still so many stories to be told, so much to play for. 8 down and 6 to go with these points not included.
145.
What a setup from Spellman to leave 36. Looking for a 13-dart hold.
81. Game shot in the second leg.
First dart
Spellman.
pins at Spellman.
Third leg,
1-1 score line. And Spellman over the last month or so has been struggling with this game to the point where he is very, very technical on the way he throws.
81.
And he's gone through matches where he's tried 8 different versions of his throw, he said, in order to figure out the right one. So frustration so far early in the season that he's trying to correct here, and so far so good in this Dart
80.
Connect challenge.
$100.
And Soldier just continues to march along.
$87.
Alex Spellman from Fuquay Varina, North Carolina.
140.
Leonard Gates, Houston, Texas.
$180.
That's a 180 for the Jackal, Alex Spellman.
Man, I almost said, AE, I'm going to need you on the call in
45.
just a second when the second one went in. Now I'm bummed I didn't do it.
So we're still obviously early, but I guess the only thing not playing out to form is Gates' average. That'll get fixed in time. But we talked about as we set things up that Spellman was outscoring him by a good 8 to 10 points at times, and so
105.
So far, this is setting up, but break a throw opportunity here for Spellman. He'll get 2 darts. Good marker for him.
Game shot in the
He
third
loves
leg.
60
Alex
because of the
Spellman.
way his darts lay in there, and that's a
Fourth
14
leg,
dart
Alex will go
break
first.
for Alex Spellman. So after that first leg, he gifted the 21 dart hole to throw to the Gates, but now settling in nicely. The average jumps to a 98.5 AE.
I think it's he
60.
did a wonderful job of setting us up. It's about the finishing, and they've just come through with it. You know, now we do get to this expectation
95.
level of it's not going to go more than 2 or 3 darts.
Yeah, I mean, they're teeing it up and just knocking them down right away.
42. $96.
Again, huge shout out to our official for this match, James Butler. Whose father made a semifinal today.
His father did, and that young man's been keeping score at a scoreboard since he was knee high to a grasshopper.
140.
Yeah, one of my favorite pictures of James that I'm sure annoys him that I'm bringing up is him standing on the chair, marking for his dad, just in order to reach the Dart Connect tablet.
81.
Tried to switch up to leave the 167. Soldier on the 170.
43.
A bit of a fumble from Gates. I guarantee you that's had to have been spot on for his checkout turn percentage to be as good as it is. He's going to have some pressure on. Another treble goes a long way.
81.
81 from the Galaxy sponsored player over the Winmore. Sponsored Leonard Gates. 107. Bullseye for one of the best bullseye hitters in the game.
102.
And it drops just below that wire.
They're both sponsors on this tour, so we love them both.
That's what I just said. Spellman just laughed at that. No, he laughed at his first 2 darts. Well, he laughed at his first one. Now he's frustrated.
61.
And the real annoyance is that he's just gifting Soldier a chance here to break right back. Double 8. AE. Nobody.
21.
Typically misses double 4.
Apparently not.
And that's an opportunity really missed and a shocking opportunity missed. It'll be 1 dart. And that was a bit of a shaky second one.
40.
And a lot of times that setup dart for the double tends to tell a story about how that double's going to go. And
Game
Soldier
shot, fourth leg,
pins
Leonard
the
Gates.
the bottom of the board.
Fifth
Double
leg, Leonard to throw
2
first.
hits, and it's a 2-2 score line. Back on throw. Spellman's got to know at this point,
81.
though, if he just plays his game and scores the way that he can score, he's in great position. That leg was not a leg that he typically will do. He's just got to find that range.
100.
Does so right there. That's a perfect dart for Leonard Gates.
140.
Soldier attempting to make history today, AE. Become the first player to win 10 event titles.
137.
And I have a fun story for you. They're warming up before the tournament starts today.
Mm-hmm.
It's Larry Butler,
100.
Colin Rath, Leonard Gates is right there as well.
Okay.
And Larry goes, I sure would like to get to double digits. The only person I have to worry about is this guy over here, pointing to Soldier, and Soldier goes,
58.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to win my 10th title today, so it's not going to matter. And then no one said anything, and so he said it even louder in the room to
140.
redouble down on that prediction. So we're going to see if it comes true.
I'm sorry that I didn't even see that coming, but we could have set that up in the semis. No,
I didn't know about
if Larry
after.
Butler and
34.
Leonard Gates were playing against each other, the two players who have 9.
Game shot in the 5th leg, Leonard Gates. 6th leg, Alex to throw first.
Oh, Gates is just, been proving just showing those numbers to be true and accurate on his finishing. But yet Gates and Butler,
45.
2 players with 9 circuit event wins, the most in history. Wow, what a clash that would have
59.
been. But Gates is the guy. Gates comes through that Springer match, and there you go. So he's in a position to be the first player in double digits in CDC history.
139. $44.
3-2 scoreline in favor of Leonard Gates in this race to 7, best of 13 final.
100.
The Dart Connect Challenge. Last event of weekend number 3 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
100.
In October, the 18th and the 19th. I will be 37 years old by one day on the opening night of that.
All right, we got to Philly, be on the lookout. You got to plan something special for the man.
And I got some Philly friends. So you guys better get going.
100.
Alex Bellman started off this season on a very hot note,
140.
winning the cross-border challenge, 7-6 over David Cameron in that final. But since then, his best appearance this season before this event was a quarterfinal.
Game shot in the 6th
Tops
leg,
for
Alex
Spellman, pins
leg,
it on the
looking to throw
117
first.
finish for the 15 darter. And you know what happens, AE? You get an opportunity, they're going to take care of it.
They're going to take it. That's a
180.
180 for Leonard Gates to open up leg number 7. What you feel is a crucial and pivotal leg number 7.
It typically becomes the pivotal leg. If it's a race to 5, it's leg number 5. It's a race to 6,
100.
it's leg number 6. In the final, it's a race to 7. So it is this leg right here that tends to make a lot of difference.
140.
Soldier trying to make sure that it does not become a special leg in this match.
$93. 55.
Bellman on 308 for a start. Gonna look at the
92.
18s. Gates on 126. He will probably go the 19 route here.
98.
Soldier definitely learned the patterns that he needed to learn in the match, but sometimes he'll take those shots at the bull checkout because he knows the route is 126, and he'll just utilize that route
71.
even when his opponent's not on the checkout. And
Just change
to
his
be honest,
destination, right?
most of the time it works for him.
Game
Double
shot in the 7th
14,
leg,
a
Leonard
13
Gates.
dart hole to throw, and
8th
if he
leg,
does
Alex to throw
that,
first.
he's going to be very tough to beat throughout the rest of this final Dart Connect Challenge.
$99. 140.
Yeah, something just occurred to me where we're coming up on the end of our 10th year.
Yep.
Doing the
45.
championship dart circuit. So we started anywhere 8 events the first year, so we've gone from 8 to 10 to 12. So
180.
even if
That's a 180 from Leonard
big,
Gates.
big maximum.
And it's against the throw of Spellman. So the separation potential is on
59.
here.
Even to round out the math, what
Yep.
I'm quickly getting at is, let's say we did 10 events over 10 10 years, putting on 100 events that no player has gotten to double digits. That just astounded me that nobody's even at, if Gates gets it, we could roughly average one a year, right? But that totally goes to depth of field, even 92. In the early days.
And even at the top level AE, you're 9 different Continental Cup Tour champions in 9.
Yeah, we've never had. Well, I think it's technically 61. 8. We had 1 year we didn't have for COVID, but absolutely true point. You've got, and all of those guys, like all of our winners, nobody would have been shocked if they would have picked up a second one, right?
Yep, 58.
It's a pantheon of great players from North America, and no one's been able to achieve more than one. Good point. That,
Shot in the 8th leg, Leonard Gates.
These guys are just absolutely
Leonard throw first.
Deadly on their doubles.
Soldier, a 14 dart break. And he has taken that 5-3 lead. I'm going to ask you, is
45.
This a must break leg for Alex Spellman?
Yes. Sorry, I'm letting myself go deep into the numbers,
55.
So those guys that we gave you earlier, Butler, Gates, Cameron, Young, they account for about 56.
37.
Yep. Wins and final appearances out of a potential, let's call it like out of the 100, just to use it for fun conversation.
99.
100 give or take.
Those guys have been in a final more than half the time.
Well, no matter what Leonard Gates does here in this final, he has also reached another milestone. It is his 16th final appearance, matching
58.
that of Darren Young. While I am not sure, as the historian, if that is the most, I'm going to assume that it is, because that's a lot.
It is. No, that's the most circuit final appearances. It was Darren at 16, and now Gates has matched that, win or lose.
58.
Just to get to a finals, which, as you laid out earlier, garners you a lot of points. So, credit to Darren Young, many years.
Fishing?
He
99.
was the CDC ranked order of merit number 1.
Yep.
Yeah, he was the big daddy, the number 1 seed, and
this is the 86th regular tour event in CDC history.
The 86th,
per our statistician Tom.
140
on the ball.
There you go. Hey, Leonard Gates 71 left for a 6-3 lead, and he's going on the bullseye. 46 left. .10-6 wire. This is just an interesting one here. 32. It doesn't matter how you take out 71. If you take it out, you're going to take it out. And Spellman is like, what? Look at him. He doesn't let much affect him, but that's one that he's going to.
There was the W in his mouth. He wanted to ask, what was that? But, it's when it goes in, it's a good choice. I'm sure Alex is not this way anymore. He's way too experienced, but I'm sure earlier in his career, maybe local level, that sort of thing, that he's the type of player who would get completely thrown off if somebody made 62 odd choices. Like, he just wouldn't be able to get over it. He'd be so disjointed that, like, what were you doing?
There's always moments
83
for dart players, right, where your opponent does the wrong thing and the dart gods don't punish him for it. And you're just like, why? You just didn't even teach them a lesson that you could have taught them there, dart gods. And now they're going to do it again next time. 71 starting on the bull.
57.
I'm going to have to ask Leonard about that.
The dart gods giveth and the dart gods taketh away.
I'm going to assume that he thought it was on 61.
Keep that note.
96.
And that he was leaving 36.
But even still, though, like the 46, I'm a bigger proponent of the 10-6 wedge. Like, things happen. Give yourself a much wider swath to fall into something, but we won't go there either.
To be fair, he doesn't need to.
That's true.
He pins the dead center of the single that he shoots at. And he loves 32.
55.
A little bit of a stumble. Still the first to a finish, though. And Spellman needs 2 trebles. All right. He needs 1 treble.
60.
He might not need any trebles, but we're going to see. This is for the match and the title. For history. Double digits, bullseye.
And there it is. The bullseye goes in for Leonard Gates. He not only wins the Dart Connect Challenge event number 8 here on the 2024 circuit, but he is now your all-time leader in circuit event wins. Double digits goes Leonard Gates here in Oak Brook Terrace.
Wow. And that is huge for Leonard Gates in the point standings, AE. Remind me, a quarterfinal appearance is how many points?
10.
For a quarterfinal?
I believe 10, and then 8, and 6, and 4, and
Cool.
2, and 1.
That helps me out here. Yep. Leonard Gates is now 1 point ahead of Stowe Bunce for that top American spot currently.
Whoo! So we've got a pressure cooker, a boiling kettle pot of CDC action later in the summer. There you got it. Let that sit and breathe right there. Let that sit and breathe. Congratulations, champ.
That's awesome. AE, before we go, I want to say real quick, it has been an absolute honor and a privilege, as always, to sit next to you in the commentary booth. You make my job a lot easier a lot of the times with your great insight and wisdom into the game.
Thank you very much, brother. It's been a true pleasure to sit with you and to sit with all of you folks. We so love your support, and we appreciate it so greatly. Thank you for everybody that's joined us on PDC TV all weekend, YouTube for our feature board, Facebook for Stream 2. Thank you so much. I'll give you my little blurbs going out.
Please do.
Thank you to the whole tournament staff and the production staff. Make sure you follow us on social media at Champ Darts, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe to the YouTube page. You can find that at Champ Darts, Championship Darts Circuit. Look out for the Shooting the Bull podcast coming up Thursday, August 15th, 9 o'clock Eastern. It's the official podcast of the CDC. Going to have a lot of fun breaking down this past weekend and looking forward. And speaking, that's what I'll leave you with. A lot of hot stuff coming up at the for the summer, like Sean just set it up. A lot of things to play for. So we've got weekend number 4, August 23rd and 24th in Niagara Falls. So we'll see as the circuit continues to roll. The summer series comes to a close with the Congressional, August 30th, hosted by the Washington Area Open. That's an open tournament, and it's a UK Open restyle draw. Lots of fun there. And then we've got the CDC Youth Weekend number 2 in conjunction with us in Niagara Falls, August 23rd and 24th. All right, so if you're a young player, older player, everybody, come out and play some CDC darts, and I'm going to let my man, Sean Green, take us home.
Well, congratulations once again to Leonard Gates for winning the Dart Connect Challenge. Congratulations once again to Jim Long for winning the A to Z Darts Trophy, and Stowe Bunce for winning the Boomerang Tours Fiesta and yesterday's main events. We'll be back in action, just like my man AE said, the 23rd of this month for the start of weekend number 4 as we continue on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship.
Before you get to I see where you're going, want to remind everybody that my man Sean Green, I think, or Peter Cetera, not sure, will be catching up with the champion Leonard Gates. We want to let everybody know that we will close out the broadcast. You'll be able to see that on Facebook and X. Thank you, Sean.
No problem. Well, from Peter Cetera, L. David Irete, Jeff Good, Anthony Eugenia, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you have an absolutely wonderful rest of your Sunday, great rest of your Sunday, and have an absolutely wonderful rest of your week.